Good evening. The 22nd meeting of the 25th Council will come to order. All councilors are present this evening. We'll get started with a moment of silence and a pledge of allegiance in English by Councilor Grout and in Spanish by Councilor Peña. Civic Plaza parking passes are provided for members of the public. You can obtain a parking pass from the council staff at the table near the chamber's entrance. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. If you need help with that website, you can contact council staff at 768-3100 during business hours Monday through Friday. The council will take a break at approximately 7 p.m. this evening if necessary. We'll start with proclamations and presentations. And I would like to present gavels to the 2022 committee chairs and thank them for their service in 2022. And we'll start with Councilor Bassan, who served as our Committee of the Whole chair, and a very important position on the council, usually considered second only to the president as far as the importance of the position on the council because of the importance of the council with regard to the city budget. So we appreciate Councilor Bassan's service, and we just are very grateful. And I think you've got a hammer there somewhere. Oh, you got it already. All right, very good. Next is Councilor Davis, who served as the chair of our Finance, Government, and Operations Committee. Councilor Davis, we really appreciate your service on this committee. Does a lot of the heavy lifting on the council, so thanks so much for that. Councilor Sanchez, appropriately this year, chaired our Public Safety Committee, a new committee on the council as of last year, and did a very good job. We really appreciate his service. And Councilor Jones, once again, how many times has it been, Trudy? Chaired the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee, and we couldn't have a better chair of that committee, with the knowledge and the experience of Councilor Jones. And thanks so much, Councilor, for your service on that committee. And I want to thank Councilor Lewis for serving as vice chair this year, vice president of the council, and stood in for me on a few occasions, and I really appreciate that, and his help just backing up our operations here on the council. Thank you, Councilor Lewis. All right.
Mr. President, definitely want to thank our president, Ike Benton, for serving as president this past year, and thank you for guiding this council. And you've had a lot of experience, and you've led this council well, and so we're very grateful and very appreciative of you. You get a gavel as well, I believe.
All right. Well,
thank you.
Add to the collection. Thanks so much. All right. We will move on to the agenda. We have no economic development discussion tonight, but so therefore we'll move to the administration question and answer period. Councilors, any questions for the administration? Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a question for the Chief of Police. And last year at this time, we ended up starting the year wondering what we were going to do in reference to the homicide numbers. And here we are. We just broke another homicide number this year. And I know for a fact, by the Chief's own words, that we have less officers now than we did last year at this time, and it's going to continue to dwindle. So I want to ask the administration, so that we don't go through this again, what is the plan to make sure that we don't have these two issues arise again? This is something that's very important that should be very important to all of us in the city of Albuquerque, the citizens, all of us counselors. We need to know what's going on. In my opinion, the fact that we didn't move the bar and we ended up in the opposite direction where we needed to be, in my opinion, that's a total failure. And something needs to be done to change the direction of the Albuquerque Police Department so that we can retain officers and also grow the department, and also make sure that our crimes, misdemeanor as well as violent crimes, are taken care of appropriately, and that we don't suffer any more losses for the citizens of Albuquerque.
Assuming in that you wanted some current staffing numbers, would I be correct?
Sure, I'll take those.
Okay. We have 869 sworn members. We have 35 cadets currently in the academy. I believe the academy's been underway about 3 weeks. We have 12 laterals in the C&M Academy, which is also underway. And then we have 50 cadets slated for the next academy. So that is a snapshot of our staffing numbers. Obviously, we share the concerns noted related to the homicide numbers. We have made tremendous strides related to solving a lot of those cases, as I know Chief Medina has mentioned, related to case clearances and putting the resources in the Detective Academy and ensuring that we're able to, I don't like the word closure, but bring justice to those offenders that commit these heinous offenses and provide some justice for the families that have lost their family members. In that way, that is going to continue. Our overall dedication to trying to impact and not have the numbers be what they were last year is resolute and ongoing. Be happy to entertain any other questions you might have.
Thank you. You forgot one number. How many officers are actual boots on the ground doing the job, and how are your calls holding? Because that's the biggest issue that we're dealing with from the public, is that we're getting individuals who are calling the police, still not getting the dispatches in time. I'm still getting phone calls that the calls aren't handled appropriately, and some of these calls aren't being handled the way they should. My guess is that I'm seeing officers following each other around the city, obviously to back each other up. It seems like there's a lot less police officers answering calls for service now. And what are the exact numbers of officers that are handling calls for service in each area command, not including their lieutenant or their commander, but the sergeants and the officers that are handling the calls? We also have other uniformed officers that shouldn't be included in this, that are doing their other duties. So how many people are answering calls for service right now in the city of Albuquerque today?
I do not have the bureau by bureau breakdown that you're asking for here tonight. I certainly will make sure that we provide it to you and every member of the council. I do not have that particular breakdown. I know that Chief Medina on numerous occasions has spoken toward our response times, and even recently some efforts that have been underway have reduced them pretty dramatically, so we continue to press for that, knowing that there is a expectation and a need to have officers respond as quickly as possible. We've had some pretty significant decreases, in those response times. That effort is going to be ongoing for some of the priority 2, priority 3 calls for service. So that work will continue on into 2023. I don't have the other nuanced breakdowns that you're requesting, but we'll certainly provide them to you by close of business tomorrow. Well, I can certainly make that effort, but that's a pretty complicated set of numbers, so I will certainly try to do that during this meeting. I absolutely do not have them in front of me right now.
Okay, I think it's important that each and every one of us on council continually get these numbers as a report card on a continuous basis. So if you would make sure that the chief makes sure that each and every one of us, including the citizens of Albuquerque, know what's going on each and every council meeting. In other cities, major cities across the United States, that is something that is always dealt with and is very common, and it's information that the public does need. Also, you didn't advise what your plan is to reduce the homicides and also make sure that we have the retention of officers continuing.
From a homicide reduction perspective, we continue to try to focus on the most violent offenders in this city and build robust cases against them when probable cause is developed, so the prosecution moves forward. So we're continuing to work with the district attorney's office. Look forward to working with the new DA, Mr. Bregman, as well, to where when we do bring these cases, we end up with successful outcomes, because statistically, it's a fairly small number of the most violent offenders that we need, that if we are able to obtain convictions on, we'll have the greatest impact on. So we're highly dedicated to doing that, and that will continue. That's an ongoing focus. I know Chief Medina has mentioned the Detective Academy and some other initiatives to try to build the skills of our folks that are investigating these violent offenses, to where we can have successful outcomes when cases are brought against them, which collectively does impact in a positive way violent crime.
Thank you for that. But also, one of the things that's very important to the citizens of Albuquerque and our council is the fact that we need to be proactive in reference to dealing with these potential situations. So what are we doing on a proactive side to gain more officers and to make sure that we're reducing the amount of homicides?
Well, from a proactivity standpoint, our productivity department-wide last year, I think, set records for several years. I know I have the Special Operations Bureau, which includes Metro Traffic Division, and that particular division set records in every aspect of traffic enforcement, and our traffic fatalities were down significantly for the year. I know the field has set productivity records related to stops, citations, felony arrests, felony warrants that were served, and misdemeanor warrants that were served. That's the commitment that I know comes from Chief Medina and all of us to be proactive in the sense that I think you're speaking of, getting out there, not just responding to calls, which are critical, but also trying to take those self-initiated steps to impact crime before it does occur.
Mr. President, one last question. One of the things that I've heard is that there's going to be a bid coming up in January, and what I'm hearing is it's going to be the lowest bid in the history of Albuquerque, and that is where the heart and soul of the department should be, is working the Field Services Bureau. And right now, we're putting our officers at extreme risk by having them work 12-hour shifts and also having them be involved in a low manpower situation. So what are we doing to build that?
Well, the bid is underway. Lieutenant's bid today. That's a 4-week process. The bid will take effect in mid-February. I do not have those bid numbers in front of me, so that is a process that is underway right now. I know Chief Medina has spoken at length about our commitment to continue a robust hiring process. We're trying to be as creative as we can. The administration has certainly been supportive with pay raises for the APOA members, and supports us with the incentive to retain our employees as well. Those efforts are ongoing, but it's clearly a challenge to retain people in this environment in policing as we all experience it today. But that commitment is ongoing and it is robust.
Okay, I have a number here of 389 bidding. Is that correct or not?
I don't have the bid numbers in front of me for any rank, be it officer, sergeant, or lieutenants. So,
And why is that, if I have them? If I have these numbers that were given to me by officers straight off the back list of the bid list?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase your question?
Yes.
I don't think I understood it.
Someone sent me the last copy of the last page of the bid list, and it said 380, or is it 289? Let me look.
All I can tell you is I do not have that in front of me. Officers have not bid yet, I do know that. We have sergeants bidding next week and then officers the week after that. Again, I am more than happy to provide those numbers to you, and we'll do so.
Okay, if you can get me the numbers, since the bid list is already out there, someone in your staff should have that exact bid number for officers, and that's the number I want. Officers that bid for their sergeant, the number of officers that are bidding into field services. And then at that point, we also know that these officers, once the bid happens, because of my institutional knowledge of the situation, is we're going to probably transfer a good portion, probably about 10% of those officers, into specialized units right after the bid. So if you can give me that bid list number so that I can minus the 10% that are going to be going indoors, that'll probably give me the accurate number of individuals on the bid. So if you can have somebody grab that, you can just let me know when you get it.
I will tell you related to the bid, we try to have as much movement before the bid so the bid can be as clean and as properly, so the numbers don't change dramatically. You mentioned this potential 10% swing. We try to have as much movement as we can to fill those critical vacancies prior to the bid to keep it as...
If that's true, that's the very first time I've ever seen it happen. So
I can just tell you that's what we actively try to do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have questions for APD as well. These were supposed to be for Chief Medina. I'm sad he's not here. But maybe you can answer the questions for me. These are on parking enforcement. When a car is inoperable, how long does an owner have to have that car removed?
I'm going to have Lieutenant Benito Martinez come. He's works in the traffic unit, which our abandoned vehicle is in, and he's our subject matter expert on that.
Perfect, thank you.
Mr. President, Councilwoman Brown. What was your question again? I'm sorry.
So when a vehicle is inoperable and and it's ticketed, how long does the owner have to remove it before it's towed?
Before it's towed. We usually operate within a range of 10 days. So once we notice the vehicle and we see it, we try and make contact with the registered owner. If we do or if we don't, we usually give them a 3-day grace period to move that vehicle. If the vehicle is not moved, we then adhere a red tag to it. We write the date on there of when it was red tagged.
Yep.
And from that date, they have 7 days to move it.
Okay.
We'll return in 7 days. If the vehicle is still there, displaying the red tag, it will be removed.
Perfect. Are you also doing that, doing the red tag for no license plate or expired registration?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. And are we enforcing that?
Yes, ma'am, we are.
We are? Good. Very good. Thank you. Thanks. That's what I needed to know. Thank you. I also had a few questions, or I wanted to just talk a little bit about the PRT and the Foothills Command. Back in October, Chief Medina and I had a discussion about what a great job the PRT team is doing, and we knew that if they had additional help, they would do even a better job at cleaning up the crime on East Central. And I wanted to commend Chief Medina for thinking outside the box and not taking anybody off the beat, any officers off the beat, but finding people that were available to help with the PRT. And for the last 2 months, they have been knocking it out of the park. Sergeant Moore is in the back, and I wanted to give a shout out to his team. And with those 6 officers over the last 2 months, They have, in the month of November, they made 70 felony arrests, cleared 101 outstanding felony warrants, made 14 misdemeanor arrests, and cleared 32 outstanding misdemeanor warrants. Then in November, the team made 61 felony arrests, cleared 79 felony warrants, made 12 misdemeanor arrests, and cleared 23 misdemeanor warrants, and issued 57 misdemeanor citations. And people in our area are noticing the difference. Your presence is making a difference. It's been much better, and I just wanted to publicly say thank you. We have really appreciated that extra effort. It's making a difference. So
Thank you for that, and they are certainly deserving of that praise. They actually were awarded the Team of the Month this week in our recognition for the work that you just articulated, so I'll certainly convey that to Commander Garrett as well. He and his personnel are doing an outstanding job.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate it, and we look forward to them sticking to it and doing some more good work. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions, counselors?
I have two more.
Counselor Bassan, please. Counselor Grout, please proceed.
I've been saving my questions for a month. Okay, this is for AFR. Thank you all.
Thank you.
For AFR. Thank you. How are you, Deputy Chief?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Nice to see you. Thank you. I just wanted to talk a little bit about fentanyl in our community. It's a real problem, right? Just talking about AFR call-outs over the last year, how many of them have involved children?
Council President, Councilor Grout, thank you for the question, and thank you for inviting us to talk about fentanyl today. We were very lucky to participate in the fentanyl panel that Bernalillo County put on a few months ago. So as far as data related to overdose in children, it's a little bit tricky. We kind of measure it a couple of ways, Narcan administration, and then also the providers on scene, if they believe that they may have ingested and overdosed. Some of that comes out in subsequent reports from hospitals where they draw lab work and things like that. But I'll share a few numbers with you, and then if you have any follow-up questions to the data that I brought. So over the past 12 months, we administered 730 doses of Narcan, and that was across the board to all patients of all ages. That number used to be closer to 350, so it's about doubled. Wow. Actually over doubled than what we used to give several years ago. We had 559 responses to calls coded overdose, and that's all ages. Of the numbers of Narcan administration that I gave you, 22% of the Narcan administration was to youth ages 0 to 19. And we had 23 overdose calls for children ages 0 to 19. So I'm sorry, I gave you that number wrong. That was children under the age of 1, the 23 calls for overdose, yeah. And then one other piece of data that I wanted to share just related to overdose, to put it in perspective, is over the past 12 months, we've responded to 1,595 deaths of all kinds, and 942 of those were obvious death, where we arrive on scene and there's nothing that we can do. And so that number has also increased, and a lot of those we believe are attributed to overdose. But I wanted to point that one out because in that data set, we have seen an increase in death under the age of 59. And right now we have higher rates of death under the age of 59 than we do 60 and up.
Wow.
So out of that number, 842 were 59 and under, and 60 and up were 753. So I wanted to kind of put it together, the data together in a complete perspective to show that it's affecting youth, but it's also affecting a lot of young people in our community. And so I gave you a little bit of extra, but I felt like it was important for the context.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. How are these kids getting a hold of this fentanyl?
It depends on the age and also what our providers are able to find on scene. One of the most, for the younger children, it's just like any other medication or anything in the household. Keeping it out of reach of children is so important. And if you've seen images of what fentanyl looks like right now, it's those little pastel pills.
Yep.
So it looks just like candy. And I know, I mean, I have a 7-year-old who still eats things he finds on the ground, unfortunately. And I think it's important for people to know anything that they have that's harmful in their home needs to be kept out of the reach of their children, especially anything that appears to be candy. So for younger children, that's where we're finding that they're getting just a hold of it because they're curious. For our youth, our teens, our middle school age students, we just went and worked with the students at a local middle school about the risks of overdose. The kids that age, it's a little bit easier for them to access it. They can find it very easily through social media, through Snapchat, Instagram. People will just sell it with on Snapchat with hashtags. They can find it very easily. Fentanyl is pretty affordable. It's like something that's pretty cheap to buy. And the concern with fentanyl for our youth is that they may think they're buying something else, like a Percocet or an Adderall or something that's laced with fentanyl or is actually fentanyl. So they may take something expecting a different effect, and when they take it's actually fentanyl, they overdose. They're not expecting to have those effects of the overdose.
That's sad. Well, thank you. Do you all share when you come across children that have been exposed to this, do you share information with CYFD?
So we're obviously we're mandated reporters like everyone else. So if we believe that children are at risk, we work with APD and CYFD. A lot of our children that end up being exposed with fentanyl end up being transported to the hospital, and then the hospitals work with the local authorities, CYFD, APD, on those types of calls. So that's more often to be what happens. And then another program that AFR has under our HEART program, our community paramedics, is we have a harm reduction program. So we do work with anybody that overdoses. We have a follow-up program, and it has two pieces. If we administer Narcan on scene, our firefighters leave behind Narcan. And so if we respond out to a call where we administer Narcan on an overdose, we leave Narcan and then instruct loved ones, family members how to administer it. And then we leave resources should their family member want to connect with services later. And then we also provide a follow-up with our paramedics, our community paramedics on the HEART team, provide follow-up with the family after several days after the overdose to see if they need any resources. So we're trying to also attack it from both sides, the reactive on the overdose, but then also the proactive work with the harm reduction.
Very good. I appreciate that. Thank you for all you do for our community.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all for that person. And now I have one more, Mr. President. I'd like to ask Lawrence a few questions. And then that's my last person. Let's see. Where'd you go? Okay, Mr. Rael. The AMA FCA board has asked City Council to reinstate some stormwater projects that have been pulled out of recent GO bonds. Several of us are new, and can you please give us an explanation for why these projects were pulled?
Mr. President and Councilor Grout, Mr. Montoya's department handles the process for the CIP, and I've asked him to, after we got your request, he has information to share with you, so he'll give you the updated information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rael. Mr. President and Councilor Grout, before I answer your specific question, let me just put the program in perspective so that everyone gets a better understanding. So the 2023 bond program will be sent to council this week sometime. There's a $200 million request in there that'll be heard by City Council, and then those projects will be discussed, and I'm sure that council will make some adjustments to the mayor's recommendation. That package will come to you, so that'll give you a better idea of all of the projects that are in there and how we came about funding those. We had a little over $350 million in requests from about 11 departments. Our capacity this year was right at $200 million. When you take all of the mandates out, council set aside, housing, any of those sort of things, we're working with about $176 million. So we divvy that up amongst the various departments. So I'm going to answer your question first. I've not seen the list that either Mr. Lovato or the board president for MAPCA sent. So I'm not sure what projects they're referring to. But let me just tell you a little bit about our request and the projects that are in there. So if we were to get everything that we actually needed in the stormwater and the hydrology division of DMD, we would be asking for right around $23 million. That's about what we need within the city, throughout the city, in order to fund all of the different projects that we have going on. Well, we know that that's not within our reach. So what we actually do then is work with the administration, work with a committee that reviews and evaluates all of these projects, and determine what our allocation will be. So initially, the allocation for DMD for stormwater was right at about $6 million. That's our share of the pot of money that's available to all of the departments. Of that, after it went through various hearings within the department, through staff with other departments and whatnot, we came up to $4,600,000. That was the appropriation for us. So that's what we have to work with. So keeping that in mind, we work as closely as we can with the MAFCA to jointly fund some of the projects that they have on their drawing board. Now, keep in mind that MAFCA has $86 million in bonding capacity that is earmarked just for their projects. Whereas, you know, we've got, I mean, it's a large city and a large, the needs are rather great. So I'm not sure if I answered your question, but I just wanted to give you just a general idea of how we came to the dollar amount that we have here. So you will see in the package that comes from the mayor, everything else that was funded, including the 6 or 7 projects that we're getting funded for.
Okay, thank you. I am concerned. Our government's responsibility is to protect our life and our property, and some of these things that are being pulled does concern me. We're spending an awful lot on the gateway, and then we're forgetting some other projects, and so that's something I'll be looking for a little bit more. I think we need to visit it a little bit more. So, thank you. That's it.
Just very briefly, and Councilor Grout, you're absolutely right. I think this issue's kind of come up, and I want to encourage us all to take a real hard look at that. I realize that MAFCA has their own bonding capacity and their own programs, but there have been a number of them, particularly those in some of the older parts of town, including downtown, southeast, Pueblo Alto, and others, where we were working for a long time in cooperation and slowly on those projects. It feels a little bit like there's a little bit of blame on both sides. There are some places where MAFCA has adjusted the target a couple of times on us on different projects for different reasons as different options come up. But it also seems like the city sort of pulled the rug out from under these projects in a number of places. I'm thinking particularly about Eastern and Alvarado that took forever to get together and now seems to be stalled. And there doesn't seem to be any agreement anymore in my district on that project. I know of one that Councilor Gibson had worked on for years and is now in Councilor Feeblecorn's district that seems to have been stalled for whatever reason. And so I do think it's something that we need to fulfill our obligation that we started on those projects and for our neighborhoods, because all that stuff is flowing downhill. It is hitting our older neighborhoods. And I think AMAFCA's put what they can into it until we move the next needle. So I'm interested in that as well, Councilor, and I'd love to work on that with you. Whoever our budget chair is this next year, I think that should be a priority for this council to take a look at. While we have a bunch of money, and maybe the state has some to match us, it's a chance to finish some of these 30-year-old projects once and for all, and I'd love to work with you on it.
All right. Director Montoya, I didn't give you a fair warning about this question, but I know we've talked about it going back before, well before the holidays, which is the Central Avenue underpass downtown of the railroad tracks. The lighting pretty much malfunctioned. This is after quite a bit of work, as you know, capital projects and repeated design projects with trying to do something about the underpass. Also worked with solid waste over the years. Not sure if anyone from them is here tonight, but about a regular maintenance schedule, cleaning schedule. I know that they go through there at least once a day. It might need to be increased. But especially right now, my constituents east of downtown are very, very upset about how long it's taken to get the lighting fixed. And I know that that was a fancy lighting project with a lot of LEDs and so forth. I think whatever it takes is what we need to do right now, including temporary lighting in there. But could you give me a sense of where we are with that?
Council President Benton, yes, and actually I did send Nathan an update today, but let me just tell you where we're at. And I'll speak for two other departments that are here, APD as well as solid waste, but let me address the lighting issue first. So we've just issued the purchase order for the upgrades in the tunnel itself. So starting this Friday, you will see a retrofit of all of the existing lights that are in there on both sides, so on the north side and the south side. The week of January the 16th, we will start to install what we call cages or vandalism-proof fittings around the light fixtures, the cabinets, and the wiring that seems to get vandalized within that tunnel. And then the last week, we'll install a sound system that will actually play music throughout the day, something that may be somewhat irritating that would discourage individuals from hanging out inside that tunnel. We're also placing no loitering signs on either side of the entrance. That allows APD to enforce and ticket individuals that seem to be just hanging out there, during the day or the evenings. The issue with solid waste that I know Matthew is out there at least once or twice a week. The downtown ambassadors go in and power wash or spray or do what they need to do in that area there. And then just day before yesterday, the new General Services Department, the Security Division, will start to monitor a little closer. They monitor ATC right now and around 2nd and Gold, the marketplace, but they'll be expanding that security on a daily basis through the tunnel up towards Broadway and then coming back. But by the end of January the 31st, thereabouts, you should have new lighting and music within that area. The other thing that we found out is that the lights that are in there now are adjusted so that they go on at night and come off during the morning. The incident that occurred over the weekend when it was overcast and you saw more darkness, the individuals that walked through there, it was extremely dark in the middle of the day. Those lights will now be on 24/7 as well as the music 24/7. So we're hoping that those two things will discourage individuals from hanging out there. The other problem we're having is after hours from the bars, individuals that are going through there and either tossing bottles or beer cans, just doing things that they shouldn't be doing late at night. So we're hoping that this will correct the problem that we have.
And I just have to say that there was so much discussion about hardening whatever it was that we built in there when we did the original capital project. And so, and there were a specific question for myself to the designers and the project managers of that project, that we were going to be sure that the lighting in there was that you could hit it with a baseball bat,
right.
You could not break it. I realized that there's a lot of copper theft and other things, but I do think we need to hold our designers of some of these projects to account as well and expect them to be responsible for in some sense, to what they design in these projects.
Okay.
Thank you, Director. Any other questions for the administration, councilors? I thought I saw Councilor Bassan. You did not have. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, so that takes us on to the journal. Vice President Lewis.
Mr. President, I move approval of the journal.
There's a motion and a second from Councilor Jones for approval of the journal. Go to a vote. All those in favor, say yes. Opposed? That passes. All right, we'll move to communications and introductions. Are there any changes to the introductions? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I make a motion to amend the letter of introduction to add myself as the sponsor of R2296 in place of Councilor Grout. R96 is accepting an award from Bernalillo County to increase emergency shelter beds for families with children experiencing homelessness in Albuquerque. and providing an appropriation to the Department of Family and Community Services beginning in fiscal year 2023. This is a project I've been working on for the last 10 or 11 months with Commissioners Barboa and former Commissioner O'Malley, so I'd like my name on it.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Second from Counselor Jones. All those in favor say yes. Raise your hand. Opposed? That passes. I move the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 212 on tonight's agenda for action. EC 212 is approval of FY23 contract to operate shelter services for people experiencing homelessness at Gibson Health Hub, including emergency winter beds, gateway shelter, and 24/7 receiving area. A second from Counselor Feeblecorn. Counselor Davis.
Mr. President, just a motion on procedure. If the staff would note, I'd like to just go ahead and remove this from consent as we move it in so it doesn't all end up there.
All right. We'll go to a vote unless there's any
I have
counselors.
I have a question on the consent agenda. Oh, okay. Sorry, we're not there yet.
The motion and a second for the suspension of the rules for EC 212. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed? That passes. Move to Counselor Bassan.
Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R94 on tonight's agenda for action. R94 is approving and authorizing the acceptance of grant funds from U.S. Department of Treasury and providing an appropriation to the Parks and Recreation Department in fiscal year 2023.
Second from Counselor Feeblecorn. Any discussion? All those in favor say yes. Raise your hands. Yes. Opposed? That passes. Counselors Pena and Lewis.
Do you want to take?
Counselor Pena.
Okay. Move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R95 on tonight's agenda for action. R95 is approving the transit fare equity analysis of the proposed O2247 to resume fare collection and provide long-term fees. So I think we're going to need a rule suspension, but I do think we may consider deferring later in the meeting because I know there's the bill that I had put out originally, then Councillor Lewis's bill that I agreed to co-sponsor, and then your bill. So I'm hoping, and then I know Councillor Bassan's done a lot of work on this and has some amendments. So I think we're all pretty much on the same page, and we need to kind of just meld it together and not confuse the public. So we may or may not. I'll defer to the maker of that, but with this will put it on the agenda for this evening. So
So there's a motion for the rule suspension. Is there a second? Second from Counselor Grout. All those in favor say yes. Raise your hands. Yes. Opposed? That passes unanimously. Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R96 on tonight's agenda for action. R96 is accepting an award from Bernalillo County to increase emergency shelter beds for families with children experiencing homelessness in Albuquerque, and providing an appropriation to the Department of Family and Community Services beginning in fiscal year 2023.
There's a second from Counselor Grout. And this is also a rule suspension. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed? That passes unanimously. Vice President Lewis.
Move approval of the letter of introduction.
There's a second from Counselor Bassan. All those in favor of the approval of the letter of introduction, say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? That passes unanimously. We'll go to reports of committees. Counselor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Finance and Government Operations Committee met on Monday, December 12th, and reported out the following items. In the matters of ECs 167, 186, 188, 189, and 196, that they be approved. In the matter of ECs 175 and 190, that receipt be noted. In the matter of R 77, 80, 81, 84, 85, and 88, that they do pass. And in the matter of R 83 and 86, that they do pass as amended. I'll make a motion for accept of this report.
Second from Counselor Grout. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed? That passes. We're now on deferrals and withdrawals. Counselors, any deferrals or withdrawals at this time? Counselor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. R70 is requiring a transit system security incident response tactical plan, quarterly reporting of security calls for service of the transit system and development of a long-term security plan for the operations and facilities of the Albuquerque Transit Department. I move a deferral to January 16th, and this was the initial bill that had went in that I mentioned earlier that has, I think, been a part of both the other bills that have been developed. So I think we're getting a little muddled here. So I would move deferral to January 18th.
Second from Counselor Feeblecorn. All those in favor, say yes. Raise your hand. Yes. And that passes. That bill is deferred till the 18th. We'll move to the consent agenda. Are there any changes to the consent agenda? Counselor Bassan.
Mr. President, I pull item F, R94, off the consent agenda. R94 is approving and authorizing the acceptance of grant funds from the U.S. Department of Treasury and providing an appropriation to the Parks and Recreation Department in fiscal year 2023.
Is there a second? Oh, well, you're pulling. We don't need a second. Thank you. Counselor Sanchez.
Thank you.
No need for a second. But thank you anyway.
So, Mr. President, I'd like to pull item C, EC 22199, Mayor's recommendation of award ROA to Employees Pro Advantage Recruiting Source International at David Gomez Partners for executive search services. The reason why I just wanted to see a little more in-depth information and get briefed on this. Right now, we are needing boots on the ground in every single city department, not executives. So I'd have no problems looking at some sort of firm to actually help with search for boots on the ground in every single department, especially the police department, in reference to that. So I need a little more information on this item.
All right, so Counselor, item C and F have been pulled. Counselor Bassan, R94.
Mr. President, we're going to go with it now. I did that one. We're going to start with it now?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. President, R94 is approving and authorizing the acceptance of grant funds from U.S. Department of Treasury and providing an appropriation to the Parks and Recreation Department in fiscal year 2023. I would like to move a do pass. And then, Mr. President, there is a floor substitute. I would like to move floor substitute for R94. It's in the iPads, and I would like to invite the administration because this is per request.
For the
Is there
record,
any
Mr.
questions?
President, I'll second the amendment for the floor substitute.
So there's a motion and a second for the floor substitute for R94. Administration?
Mr. President, we'll have Mr. Simon give a briefing.
And Mr. President, there are some amendments as well to the floor sub that maybe Director Simon's going to talk about, but I'll move those after this.
Good evening, Council President. Councilor, we're in full support of the sub. We appreciate the work to clean the language up.
Counselor Davis.
Mr. President, Director Simon, could you just tell us really quickly if you know, what are the differences in the floor sub? I just don't see an analysis on it, and I'm just curious.
The original drafting, Councilor, would have made an appropriation the fiscal year instead of placing these funds into a capital account. So it's a very good catch. We appreciate the assistance.
Sounds good.
All right. Counselor Bassan.
Mr. President, I would like to move floor amendment number 1 on page 3, line 18, strike second and replace with third to update the quarter for the fiscal year.
Mr. President, I think we need to vote on the floor substitute first and then move to the amendment if is the amendment for the floor sub? Yeah.
Okay, so we'll move to the vote on the floor substitute.
Thank you.
All those in favor say yes. Raise your hands. Yes. Opposed? That passes. So we'll move to the amendment. Counselor Bassan.
Thank you. Thank you for the catch. Mr. President, I still want to move that amendment number 1.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second? Counselor Grout? Thank you. And any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, All those in favor of amendment number 1, say yes and raise your hand. Yes? Opposed? And that passes. Any other amendments? Is there another amendment?
I don't think so, Mr. President.
Okay. And is there anyone to sign up to speak on this? Okay. And then we're going to need a deferral on this, so as amended, we will move a deferral.
Yes, sir, I would like to move
Counselor Bassan?
deferral as substituted and amended to January 18th.
There's a motion and a second for Counselor Feeblecorn to defer this item to January 18th, R94. We'll go to a vote on that deferral. All those in favor say yes, raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? And that passes. We're back on the consent agenda. My mistake for not just going ahead with the vote on that. But as amended, let's go ahead and move on the consent agenda, and then we'll get to Counselor Sanchez's item. So any further discussion? Counselor Lewis.
Mr. President, I move approval of the consent agenda.
And second from Counselor Davis. All those in favor say yes and raise your hands. Yes. Opposed? That passes. Counselor Sanchez, R199, or EC 199, excuse me. Okay, I must have written that. Did we get that down right?
Mr. President, I believe it was EC 199.
I just need to know what we're doing in reference to putting the boots on the ground, and why are we doing the executive searches when we have a massive amount of executives in every single department. Every day we hear stories of an individual who is advised that they were replaced by a new executive. In my opinion, it actually ruins this institutional knowledge of the city of Albuquerque when we have so many individuals who aren't from Albuquerque, who haven't worked in the city or even in the police department, and now they're here not knowing exactly what the culture or what goes on in these departments.
Great question, Council President Benton, Councilor Sanchez. Anthony Romero, Director of Human Resources Department. The intent of this is just to have another tool in the toolbox for getting some talent if we come up dry in our applicant pools. It's, as everybody in the room knows, right, we're having a lot of issues with recruitment. And so one of the things is just having this at arm's length in case the need comes up. It's not to use it on a regular basis. It's just if a need comes up, and to ensure that we have access to a company that would help us get access to some talent for a hard-to-fill position that we've identified.
Thank you, Mr. President, but I don't understand why we're making such an effort on this subject when we really need bus drivers. We need people that work in Parks and Rec. Our parks are being, there's not enough people to actually handle the Parks and Rec department. They're shorthanded. You go to every single department within our city, and everyone's shorthanded, especially the police department. And the police department has already up to 40 politically appointed individuals. So, in my opinion, why aren't we doing something for the boots on the ground, the people that make it happen within the city? The people that make it happen are the people that are actually the ones that are talking to the citizens of Albuquerque every day and handling their needs and making field contact with them. Those are the individuals that we need to really worry about. So why don't we have some sort of firm or some sort of push to get these folks and those positions filled Because right now, I'm hearing that we are way overloaded and we are extremely top-heavy.
Council President Benton, Councilor Sanchez, excellent points. We are working in HR with the operational departments at a myriad of strategies, strategic meetings to come up with how to better recruit folks into working with the city. And so we are working on that. This is one piece of that puzzle. We have a huge puzzle that we're working on and a huge challenge that we're trying to address throughout the city. And so your comments are right on point. We do agree that we have a lot of work to do in HR and working with each of the operational departments to come up with strategies that would better improve our applicant pool.
Thank you.
Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, Director, can you just tell us a little bit, I mean, I'm reading the cover analysis again, and I think that it would be beneficial for you to kind of summarize what the award for, let's see, Employers Pro Advantage, what they do, right? Because I think that from what it is reading is they actually will, and they should, be helping us find these hard-to-fill positions. Am I correct?
That's correct. So Employers Pro Advantage, I don't want to misspeak. Recruiting Source International and David Gomez Partners, Inc. all would be firms that we would look to ask to help us fill hard-to-fill positions. And that's if we've already done our due diligence at tapping in through our website, through our recruiting tools, through the help of the HR coordinators at the department level, as much as we can do, and we found that we cannot get anybody for that certain role, then we would look at that road to take. It would not be our first choice to do that.
And so are we going to be paying this company based off of if and when we use them?
Yes, only if and when we use them, and it would be based on their placing a successful candidate.
So it will depend on if a candidate is successfully placed as well.
Absolutely. And we would be going through and making sure that that candidate wasn't recruited through our own efforts. They would have to demonstrate those efforts. And in the contract, we also have a clause that would talk about if an individual who is selected to fill one of those difficult to recruit positions does not work out for any reason within 180 days, then they would have to find another candidate for us with no additional cost.
So as long as you continue to prioritize using our internal everything, I am all on board with paying for this company to fill all of these much needed positions. I agree with Councilor Sanchez that we are struggling and it's not through any lack of effort. And we hear all the time that it's a nationwide problem, but I don't care. I care about Albuquerque right now. So I'm really happy to hear this, and I am looking forward to us being able to use this tool, which is also annoying for the record. But at the same time, I am looking forward to finding out if we can fill some of these positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan.
Councilor Sanchez.
I have one more question, Mr. President. Thank you. So let me just make this straight. I mean, there needs to be something put in this bill that states that there has to be a certain percentage of the people who work the jobs that have their boots on the ground before we end up moving to any executive positions. I mean, this is a little bit, it says executive search services, so immediately I'm thinking, let's add more people to the top echelon. And so that needs to be changed. I can't support this until we have at least 15 to 20% the lower levels filled. So how do you need to reword this, or we need to do something different, because we need the bottom filled. The people that touch the lives of everybody here in the city, those are the people that we need in positions right now. We don't need the upper echelon. We need to stop that already. You know, all we're doing is filling, we're going to end up like the police department with 40 people who don't know anything about the city of Albuquerque, who are in a position that don't have the institutional knowledge. And right now it's damaging the police department because we're getting the large number of exodus and we're not being able to retain the officers. Everybody here knows that. We all know that. All the officers at the lower level know that. The workers at the lower levels know that. So we need to get on board and support these individuals. I hate to say it, but it's mostly the union guys, and I shouldn't say it, but I mean, I should say it. It's the union workers that are within the city of Albuquerque that need the support. And we need to build that rank, the rank and file. And so I need to make sure that this bill states that we're doing something exclusively important to build the rank and file, the ranks, the people that we need that touches everyone's lives. And yes, it is a union job, more than likely.
Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, maybe give you an overall perspective of this issue. Don't disagree with you. We know we need police officers. We know we need bus drivers. We need solid waste drivers to drive solid waste vehicles. And we need a lot of those entry-level positions filled. And we are constantly providing, going out and recruiting, either through the police department's efforts or through the department, et cetera, providing incentive pay so that folks get bonuses as they come into the city for employment. This particular contract, however, Councilor Sanchez, is really related to the hard-to-fill positions in key areas that are really important for the city to continue to function. A good example is engineers. We are struggling to get and keep those hard-to-fill positions filled with the city because we're competing with Sandia National Labs, with Los Alamos National Labs, with many other institutions that are either paying better salaries or have better benefits, or quite frankly, even our own employees opt and choose to do a different, make a career move. So the idea for us is, with this particular contract, is to look at those hard-to-fill positions that are really positions that we are competing on a regional level with cities across this region of the Southwest. And at times when we go out to recruit, we need a firm that has a built-in expertise in those areas, because if not, we are not able to get people in those particular slots. So I just want to make sure that we're clear. We are totally 100% supportive of your perspective, and we are constantly out there looking to fill these entry-level positions. And as I said before, we've offered bonuses for signing up. We've gone out and done job fairs and recruitment across the city, and we constantly are looking for opportunities to fill those entry-level, those boots on the ground, as you described, and we'll continue to do that. This particular contract, however, deals with some of those mid-level positions that are really a challenge for us to fill by the ordinary means that we used to fill positions in the past, because those positions are highly specialized, and we need to be able to find a firm that can go out there and recruit those. We use these very minimally because we don't want to use this service if we don't have to, but it does give us, as Mr. Romero said, another tool in the toolbox to go and look for those positions that might be are challenging to fill at this point, just because of the labor market that we all find ourselves in.
Are we using outside contract vendors as well to work through finding rank and file and the boots on the grounds people? I mean, if not, maybe we're doing something wrong here at the city, why we can't retain or keep them. I mean, if we're doing this here, why can't we do the lower level and get some of those folks hired to actually go out and recruit across the United States, so that we don't have these levels? Right now, we already know, we see it, we hear that story every day, that we're top heavy. I understand you're trying to hire an engineer, and I get that. I says, but it's more important to have the individuals who are, like I said earlier, touching the lives of each and every one of the citizens of Albuquerque. For lack of a better term, the rank and file, the boots on the ground, the officers, the workers that make it happen, that make our city safe, that deal with the parks, that deal with every hands-on component that we have at the city. That's where we need to focus. I just don't think we need to focus right here until we have the bottom filled.
Well, Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, Again, we are using the HR department. Every department has its own recruiting group that is out there doing exactly that. Boots on the ground, going to job fairs, going to employment agencies, anywhere in the city where you can find an opportunity to recruit employees for any of these positions, we are doing that.
So we don't have an outside source doing the same thing?
Anthony, do we have anyone else?
Council President Benton, Councilor Sanchez, we work with temporary staffing agencies as well to do that for some of the those positions that you're just articulating about now. This executive search, that executive search is the naming convention, and that's for some of those hard to fill positions that CEO Rael is describing. But we do have our focus on trying to fill those positions. And like you mentioned, we have an issue that we need to really look at and target with recruitment, and not only recruitment, but I was happy to hear you talk about retention and how we retain employees to stay with the city once they begin. And some of the things that we're doing that we have coming on board right now are thanks to this council for helping to get us some funding to initiate our class and comp study, which will be a great tool to help us in our retention efforts as well as our recruitment efforts.
I just feel that we have enough executives in the city as it is. And I just think it's very, very important that every executive within the city of Albuquerque, as well as the citizens, we all need to focus on getting the positions filled. And it seems like this is just an executive filling an executive position. We're talking positions, in my opinion, that shouldn't be that hard to fill because they're making 6 figures or whatever, or close to it. I think it's important that we really, really focus, before we focus on the higher ups, that we focus on the folks, again, that are doing the job. So I just have a really, really difficult time with this situation based on what I'm hearing. I don't think my questions have been answered sufficiently. I think there's room to change this bill around to make it more acceptable so that that even you executives that are in here can find ways to recruit rank and file at the lower ends of your department. I think that's what each and every one of us within the city needs to focus on.
Councilor Sanchez, would you like to make a motion on this?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to remove it for now from the consent agenda, discuss it further, see if there's any way we can move things around to actually be able to help the lower end.
So would that be a motion
So a
for
motion
deferral?
for deferral.
And a deferral until when?
When's the next meeting? January 18th? Sure, January 18th, thank you.
There's a motion and a second from Councilor Bassan for a deferral of EC 199. Any further discussion, councilors? All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Any discussion? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to clarify a few things. So we keep talking about executive. Under this contract, could we use this contract to find a traffic engineer? Yes?
Mr. President, Councilor Feeblecorn, yes, amongst other hard-to-fill positions that we are recruiting for on a regional basis.
Could we use this contract to find veterinarians, which we do not have enough of at animal welfare?
Definitely.
Could we use this contract to find professional planners, which we are short of in the city of Albuquerque?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. There's a motion and a second for a deferral until our next meeting. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Opposed? And that fails on a 7-2 vote. Or excuse me, passes on a 7-2 vote for the deferral. Councilor Davis, EC 212.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, EC 212 approves a contract to operate shelter services at the Gibson Health Hub, including emergency winter beds. I don't oppose the use of the funds, but I had a few questions if I see our folks on point are here already. Mr. President, I just wanted to ask about the status. This, as I understand it, Director Pierce, thank you so much for joining us. Mr. President, I noted that it mentioned that overnight bed service would be available starting January 10th. Is that at Gibson? And if so, Director, do we have our CO for that operation?
Council President Benton and Councilor Davis, thank you for that question. What we're doing is, because it's winter emergency, we do have people on our streets that need that emergency housing. We are prepared next week to open up space for adult men and women to get off the street and to be housed. So we're ready to go with that and to provide those services. We're working with our outreach providers to provide that, to bring people to that.
Thank you, Director. But Mr. President, Director, do we have our certificate of occupancy for that use there? Is my understanding it's still under construction, but is the shelter part now permitted and have the appropriate CO since it didn't have a CO for that use before?
Mr. President, if I might just intervene here for a minute. We will have a CO for the portion that we are using for the emergency services as Ms. Pierce described.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Al, Director. Before we move over there, has the administration completed all the provisions of the Good Neighbor Agreement? It negotiated with the neighborhood, including the committee. It has a staff. It had with the Good Neighbor Advisory Committee of neighborhood folks installed the agreed upon lighting from Capitol before residents would be on site and have an on-site security to respond.
Council President Benton, Council President Davis, thank you for that question. Yes, we signed the Good Neighbor Agreement, I want to say November. I could be off on my date. Not all neighborhoods signed that agreement, but we're moving forward. We did have our first Neighborhood Advisory Committee. It's got another name, kind of an action committee. We had that on December 21st, well attended with roughly 22 neighborhood people. We were very excited. We gave folks a tour of our gateway portion and had a good discussion. So in terms of all the parts on security, yes, we've had 24/7 security at Gibson Health Hub, the whole facility, since we've purchased that on April 1st last year. You also mentioned about there's other pieces in that. I know we have committed, and we've done this since we purchased the property, really monitoring a quarter mile within the Gibson Health Hub. Any encampments, I know neighbors had the concern we'd be having encampments on the property, and they were concerned about the quarter mile. So that's been monitored by our outreach team that are actually housed there at Gibson, and they go other places as well.
Director Pierce, really quickly, thank you for bringing that up. It's my understanding that just inside that quarter mile is the 7-Eleven at Catherine and San Mateo that's been an accumulating spot for some time for our encampments. It's my understanding that there's been an ongoing fire there for the last 5 days at that encampment, and I've seen some 311 calls and see-click-it reports that pop up in my emails for encampments there, and it's my understanding, I just got a text message that it still exists today. And so it's my understanding, and it was reported as early as the 26th and the 31st. I wonder if you could check on that, because I think the neighborhood report has been that the outreach teams haven't been effective in addressing encampments before it opens. We want to be sure that's working. Could you let us know our response to that? I'm sure there's something we can do to help.
Councilor Benton, Councilor Davis, thank you for bringing that to my attention. We will follow up, and I'll let you know.
Thank you. And Director and Mr. Real, and I'll be done, Mr. President. Thank you for your patience. I just want to be sure. I think there were some provisions of that good neighbor conversation that included extra lighting, some capital infrastructure that was to be done before we have residents. It's my understanding that that is not complete. And I realize it's cold and there is an emergency and we might have a way to help, but there was a real understanding with the neighborhood that we were going to do this right and have the appropriate amount of security, not the temporary parking lot security, but someone who could respond to concerns or staff who could respond off campus. Additionally, additional lighting along Gibson is my understanding, and that's not done yet or hasn't been modified. And so my concern is not that we authorize the emergency beds. That needs to be done. But it feels like we're trying to rush to stick folks in that building without completing what we told the neighbors we'd do, and they really have been anxious and had a lot of anxiety about trusting us for this, and I want to be sure we're doing all the things before we just start housing people there, because we don't want to I don't want to set you and your staff up to fail.
And Mr. President and Councilor Davis, we appreciate that very much. Just so that we keep this sort of in some perspective, the shelter portion of this is not what we're opening on the 10th. This is just the emergency overnight stay for the cold winter months. So,
No, Mr. Lawrence, not to interrupt you, Mr. Al, I understand that, but this will be the first time persons will be sleeping there overnight, whether it's in an emergency capacity or a long-term capacity. And so if we have not completed all of the things that we said we would do before we housed people, I think the neighborhoods are going to call foul on the fact that we're saying this is emergency, so this doesn't get covered by the plans and the obligations we made.
my point was that in the conversations, Mr. President and Councilor Davis, is that in the conversations with the neighborhoods, we've talked about the shelter component. That's not due, again, to be open for till April or latter part of April. We will be looking at doing those additional infrastructure, if you will, requirements that we visited with the neighborhood about. We're looking at the transportation corridor through that area, right, and putting in the necessary fencing and lighting that will be required to ensure that, so that when the shelter portion of the operation is underway, that would be covered on a full-time basis. Our interest here was simply to deal something with in the next 3 months on a short-term basis, given the fact that there is cold weather and there is a need for additional beds.
Mr. Real, I get it. I understand that totally. Look, I have come around and I'm supportive of the prospect because we're phasing it in and we're making sure we get this right. I fail to see the difference in 50 overnight people in April and 60 overnight people next week. Did Director, at your December 21st meeting, did you tell the neighborhoods that you would begin housing emergency people on January 10th?
Council President Benton, Councilor Davis, yes, we did mention that we were starting emergency overnight beds because of the winter storm. We're very distinct. This isn't the gateway that we did tour and talk about. The gateway would be opening in April. We did talk about, again, this is not a walk-up facility. We talked about those details. They will be driven or have bus pickups. That's how they'll get there. So we did talk about that this would be happening in January. I can't remember exactly if we said January 10th, but we did say this was happening in January because of the weather and because of the people on our streets.
And Director, thank you. Look, I know we have a long agenda tonight. I think my concern here is that having 60 people overnight without us having all the capacity of all the things we determined we needed, including follow-up services, on-site transportation. So what happens during the day when somebody wants to go somewhere or they want to go to 7-Eleven and hang out there all day at the encampment that we haven't cleaned up? I'm not opposed to this at all. I think we need emergency shelters. I'm not sure that Gibson is ready because we haven't met our commitment. So, Mr. President, I will vote against this. I think the money is important. I think I'll lose this vote anyway, so I think this is a moot point. But I do think it's important that we try to get all those pieces in place, whether they're shelter folks or emergency shelter folks. Your department worked very hard against me and others to be sure we felt comfortable with this. Mm-hmm. And I want to be sure that everybody feels comfortable, and it feels like we're rushing this just a minute. And that concerns me. And so we want to stay on top of it if we do this, and please help us address and keep track of those 311 reports and help us get an update. And if I'm wrong and this is going to work out fine, let's be sure the neighborhoods know that well, if you can help me with that. I'm anxious that we're not going to do this as well as we can.
If I may, Councilor Benton and Councilor Davis, I would just like to emphasize the point that this is distinct from the gateway. When we open the gateway and our emergency beds, and that is a whole housing program that will occur when we open that late April. With 24/7 staffing, people will not come and go. They could if they have a job, but they will each have an individualized service plan, all those things that we've talked about. So I don't want to overemphasize that. But on this end, this is really strictly emergency, where we are actually, and I'm looking at our administrator, not serving breakfast and dinner because people will be bussed out. They're there starting at 4 overnight and going out in the morning. So it's really, when it's cold, you're safe from the elements. And we're also trying to be very careful in our communication for the exact reasons you said. We have worked really hard and are very excited. We This is not the Gateway program as we've designed it.
And,
It is
Director,
just
I
strictly
understand that,
stuff
and I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt. I do a little bit. Just to move us along. I understand that. I think the difference is the Gateway everybody understands and has come to and understands the importance. My concern is that this says we're kicking everybody out at 8:30 in the morning, and if they don't want to get on the bus, they're going to be in the neighborhood, and we don't have the resources deployed there yet, and that's the concern of the neighborhoods. Good.
May I
Yes,
just
please.
add-
Right back.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Councilor President Benton and Davis. If, that is part of the agreement, so if, when in the morning comes, there is transportation, they're going back to where they can get breakfast. So people aren't allowed to stay there during the day, and they're not being allowed to walk out. So we're very distinct about that because of the promises about this is not a walk-up facility.
Mr. President, Director, hello. Well, I had two questions, but then I have a third one now. So when you say that this is strictly emergency beds, I can see how maybe there's going to be a little bit of confusion because in this legislation, it's for three things, and it's for the operation of the winter emergency overnight beds, the operation of Gateway Phase 1 overnight beds, and support services. So that, actually, it's only two questions, really, because that's my preface to it, but I wanted you to describe, please, especially for, I get asked all the time still, what's going to happen, what is it really going to be, and you keep telling us, and I really do think it's good, but I also think it's really good to repeat it for the public. So can you please describe the Gateway Phase 1, the emergency overnight beds for the winter, which you kind of already touched on, and I think that one's pretty clear, and then the 24/7 receiving area so that the public can know really what this vision is for this almost $1.1 million with Heading Home.
Councilors, I'm going to ask Christina Parajon, who's our Gateway Administrator, part of our team, to really describe that.
Thank you. Council President Benton, Councilor Rasan. So the three parts of this contract, and really it's important to look at the dates too, is that for these emergency winter beds, this is just during the winter time, and it's from 4:30 to the morning time. And so that's the transportation that will be provided there. That's a bed, and it's a meal and a TV. And the emergency beds for Phase 1, those are the Gibson, part of the Gibson Health Hub, but the Gateway project itself, those are that's our whole program. That will include everything that we're doing to try to make sure that individuals are housed. So that's the bed, but also the wraparound services that include anything from getting an ID to getting a haircut, anything that you would need to get housed. And then the third part, which is that 24/7 receiving area, what we have right now in our shelter system is a lot of shelters are not open 24/7. So if you come across someone at 2 a.m., where does that person go? And that's the need that the 24/7 receiving area is filling for our first responders, is providing those 24/7 beds.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I really appreciate your enthusiasm too while you describe it because it does generate more excitement. I will say that part of your description for the Gateway phase and all of that, I can see how it leads for some hesitation when it comes to this agreement. But where's this money, where's the funding coming from? Is it already something we've allocated with Heading Home? And I think that that's another important thing that people are going to be wondering.
Council President Benton, Councilor Bassan, this was part of the approved budget for FY23 for FCS. So now, that's already been budgeted, and that's where this is general fund money.
Thank you. I did have an additional question, but I forgot it, so you're all very lucky.
Mr. President, I have one question.
Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have one question. Where in the Gateway are these 50 beds going to be?
Council President Benton and Councilor Grout, and thank you for asking Councilor Grout, and thank you for coming for a tour there before the holidays. So, and we didn't take you in there because it was under construction. Part of this will be in Building 11. It's an outer building on the campus of Gateway, and that's where some of one population will be, and the other is on the first floor. How would I describe it? In kind of in the middle of the building, near the center of the building. Would you have any other description? In the back part.
So is it on the south side of the building?
Yes, it's on the back side, and that's where the bus will go. So both Building 11, which is on the back side, and the entrance on the back side, that's where the transportation will go. for this service.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
And I have a quick question, Madam Director. What would be the repercussions if we do not approve this tonight? Is this going to prevent putting the emergency beds in place? If we were to not approve DC 212 tonight?
Councilor Benton, President Council Benton, thank you for asking that question. Yes, it would. We do need, as you know, we FCS employees do not do that service directly. We work with our partners, and Heading Home won that contract through an approved RFP process. So they're the award winner. We're just now ready to execute the contract that was appropriated. So we wouldn't have the funding to pay that contract if council did not approve it. And I would just say the other ramifications by not doing it, what we're excited about is we know there's concerns about people, their own well-being, those people that are camping on the streets in the winter, not only for their own safety, but our community doesn't want people camping on our streets. So this gives directly outreach teams to go get those people, to get them to a safer area and warm area, and to really get them directly off the streets. These people that we're hoping to house in this emergency shelter aren't coming from other shelters. They're coming directly from the streets of Albuquerque to get into a safe place. So we wouldn't have these convenient 50 beds in our community if it was not approved.
Mr. President, I have a
Thank you,
follow-up.
Councilor Lewis, and then Councilor Bassan.
Sorry, Mr. President, I think we'll let, if it's okay with you, have
Okay, Councilor Bassan.
Councilor
Thank you,
Bassan or
Mr.
Councilor
President.
Renee.
Thank you, Ms.
Route.
Yes. I have a follow-up to that. When you have those 50 people in those beds, are you offering services, getting them connected or something to help them?
Council President Benton, Council President Grout, Councilor Grout. No, this is strictly bare bones, emergency overnight, to have them come in for a meal, the dinner meal, from outreach to get off the streets, to be warm, have a bed, and then to go out the next day. So we're not providing all the wraparound services that are part of our program for Gateway.
Could we? Could we?
Could we? Council President Benton and Councilor Grout, I mean, we have had conversations. We do have one of our partners over there that does serve people who are unhoused, she is interested in providing some evening life skill services, and we said that would be great. So that's not our intention, but she would like to do that, and we wouldn't prohibit that from happening.
I think it would be a good opportunity to help these folks even more.
Councilor Davis?
Let somebody else make the motion, Mr. President. I don't support this for that reason. I support the money, but not at that location. So if someone else wants to present it, that's fine.
Councilor Lewis?
Mr. President, I move a due pass. Is that
There's a motion and a second for a due pass of approval of EC 212. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed? That passes on a 6-3 vote. All right, we are back then on, that concludes our consent agenda items. We're now on other business. This is the election of the president and vice president. We'll start with the election of the president. I will take nominations for president. Second is not required for a nomination. Under the council rules, a majority of all councilors is required for the selection of president. I'll take nominations. Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, I nominate Councilor Pena.
Okay. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Mr. President, I nominate Councilor Davis.
Any other nominations? All right, there are 2 nominations, and seeing no more nominations, the nominations are closed. The clerk will now call the roll.
Councilor Bassan.
Councilor Pena.
Councilor Davis.
Davis.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Counselor Davis.
Counselor Grout. Counselor Pena. Counselor Jones.
Counselor Davis.
Counselor Lewis.
Counselor Pena.
Counselor Pena.
Counselor Pena.
Counselor Sanchez.
Davis.
Counselor Benton.
Counselor Davis.
At a 5-4 vote, Counselor Davis.
Thank you. Would you like to take over?
Mr. President, why don't you finish the voting
Okay.
for the other positions, and then we'll maybe take a quick
All right.
break and come back.
Yeah, we are due for our dinner break. We'll now move to the election of the vice president. I will take nominations for the vice president. Counselor Davis.
Mr. President, I'd like to nominate Councilor Feeblecorn.
Are there other nominations? Counselor Pena.
I'd like to nominate Counselor Bassan.
Other nominations? Counselor Bassan.
I would like to nominate Counselor Grout.
All right. And there are 3 nominations so far for vice president. Any others? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote on the 3 nominees, Counselor Feeblecorn, Sanchez, and Grout.
Based on
Did I-
Counselor Bassan's nomination, she's kind of eliminated herself, so it'd be Counselor Feeblecorn and Counselor Grout.
Okay, I must have misheard, I guess. Sorry.
Can you turn up the volume, please?
Doing the best we can here. I don't know. Can somebody turn up the volume?
Some of that millions of dollars.
All right, thank you. Counselor Bassan, what's your pleasure?
Mr. President, I do not intend to vote for myself.
All right. Okay. So I think you made the nomination, Counselor Pena. Counselor Grout did? Okay, thank you. So we have 2 nominees, Counselor Feeblecorn and Counselor Grout. Correct? Thank you. The clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Bassan.
Counselor Grout.
Counselor Davis.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Feeblecorn.
Counselor Grout. Counselor Grout. Counselor Jones.
Feeblecorn.
Counselor Lewis.
Counselor Grout.
Counselor Pena.
Counselor Grout.
Counselor Sanchez.
Counselor Grout.
Counselor Benton.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
At a 5-4 vote, Counselor Grout.
All right. Congratulations, Counselor. We'll move now to the election of the Chair of the Committee of the Whole. I will take nominations for Chair of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. President, I'd like to nominate Counselor Bassan.
All right. Any other nominations for Chair of Committee of the Whole? Seeing none, I will move that we elect Counselor Bassan as, by acclamation, as Chair of Committee of the Whole. There's a motion and a second from Counselor Davis. And all those in favor, say yes. Yes. Opposed? And that passes unanimously. And I will also move on the committee appointments. I move the rules be suspended for the purpose of deferring the approval of committee appointments to the January 18th council meeting. That will require a 2/3 vote of council present. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor of deferral of the committee appointments until January 18th, say yes. Yes. Opposed? And that passes. And we will now take a dinner break. Thank you.
Go get your coffee. This is not good for us because it will get us all in trouble. Okay, counselors, we have to behave. We're on the air. Folks, we are back. Thank you for joining us. For those of you who are up and about, we'll ask you to take your seat really quickly. Mr. Cornelius, I think next we're going to move to public comment. Members of the public can provide live public comment to the City Council in person or virtually if they've signed up for the public comment per the instructions published on our agenda and on our website. Here are the public comment ground rules. Each participant has up to 2 minutes to present. Comments are to be addressed to the councilors only through the council president, and any disruptive comment will result in removal from the meeting. There is a 2-minute time limit. The light on the podium will be green for the first minute and a half, and then the light will turn yellow, indicating you have 30 seconds remaining to wrap up your comments. At 2 minutes, the light will turn red, and a bell will ring to indicate your time is up. If you're online, Mr. Cornelius will give you a warning. I'm not sure how, but we'll find out during the first time it happens. Mr. Cornelius, please call the name of our first speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker tonight is Eli Crowley E. Contreras, followed by Charlene Hirsch.
Thank you, President Davis, and congratulations on your election. My name is Eli Crowley Contreras. I am a sophomore at Amy Beale High School and a member of the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council. I rise today in opposition to Ordinance Change O2247, which would eliminate the Zero Fares program as we know it. The arguments in favor of this proposition are twofold. One, it would redirect indigent people in our city towards public services, and it would make rides safer. Unfortunately, the proposal as designed is geared toward failure in both of these goals. First of all, indigence does not equal criminality. The Mayor's Youth Advisory Council has been connecting with Doug Chaplin and the Youth Health Collaborative and meeting up with some of our unsheltered peers. And we know that they rely on public transportation for legitimate ends and do not necessarily have access to the internet or IDs that will be required under the proposal. And we know that privileged people also commit security incidents and crimes on the bus. Many students at my school report harassment by other students on the bus, and they would have access to school IDs. So in essence, it would not secure riders, and it would not redirect indigent people towards public services. Thank you, President. I yield the balance of my time.
Mr. President, I mean, all due respect, I mean, we will listen to everybody that comes before us and talks to us, and so thank you for coming and talking, but it's been over and over, it's been said that I made that association, that association's made between this bill somehow associating criminality with indigents, you know, or a certain type of people. And I could tell you that is absolutely not the case. That's not the intent of this bill whatsoever. We've said that over and over, what the intent of this bill is. We've said what it'll do, that it's a desire to try to improve our transit system. And so I would hope that everybody on this council would support the fact that that is absolutely not the intention of this bill, even though it's been said over and over and over by the public. And I'd be glad to talk with any one of you that have a concern about this bill. Personally, you can call me. We can discuss it. If you in any way are questioning our intentions or in any way that we would treat somebody differently, because of their socioeconomic status or whatever differences they have, then that is absolutely not the case, and I'd be glad to talk with you about it.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. Our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Charlene Hirsch, followed by Joshua James Lawrence. Joshua James Lawrence, followed by Loretta Naranjo Lopez.
Hello, Joshua James. I'm going to answer some of the questions that you were asking some of these other people because the answers you got, well, they're crap. When it comes to the fentanyl in our county and in our city, obviously it starts at the border. But all over this town, all over this county, there are cartel operations, businesses of all kinds, restaurants, tire shops, paint shops, plumbers, you name it, that are fully operational. Never does our police department or our sheriff's department do anything to shut them down. No investigations are happening. They're peddling drugs, human trafficking, everything on a daily basis, and nothing is being done about it. When it comes to the parking tickets, the DOJ came into Albuquerque and has been investigating APD for over 5 years. They came out and said that the city and the county cannot force anybody to pay those parking tickets. What happened then? You guys amped up those operations. You bought new cars, you hired more people, you give out more tickets. And out of fear, people pay them. There's some of these streets here, especially before the lockdowns, that were making over $1 million a year off parking tickets. It's a huge problem, and it's a violation of these people's rights, and it's absolutely unconstitutional. I could sit here all day long and tell you all the unconstitutional stuff that you guys promote on a daily basis. We have an amendment in our Constitution here in New Mexico that says that once you're elected by the electors, you are required, after taking your constitutional oath, you have 30 days to go to your local bonding company and get what's called an elected official bond. It's about $150, very simple. That you have to get your constitutional oath bonded, and if you don't within that 30 days, you forfeit your elected position. Every one of you have forfeited your elected position and your office is vacant, period. And the reason why you have to be bonded is to ensure that you can be held accountable for upholding your constitutional duty, which you don't do.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Pat Davis, we have three-ring binders this thick of your crimes.
Mr. Lawrence,
and we're coming for you.
Our next speaker is Loretta Naranjo Lopez, followed by Leola Cowboy.
Good evening, President and councilors. My name is Loretta Naranjo Lopez, and I'm the president of the Santa Barbara Martineztown Neighborhood Association. The association is asking that every one of you listen to the will of the people and override the veto of O-2233 by the mayor. That's EC 22201. We ask for your support. The Environmental Planning Commission on September 15 voted to eliminate safe outdoor spaces from the Integrated Development Ordinance. The hearing involved a very detailed analysis of the legislation calling for elimination of safe outdoor spaces from the IDO. The overwhelming majority of the testimony given by members of the general public was in opposition to safe outdoor spaces. Representatives from the neighborhood associations, including my neighborhood and the Wells Park Neighborhood Association and the Greater Albuquerque Business Alliance, a coalition of downtown businesses testified in opposition to safe outdoor spaces. The arguments made by those opposed to safe outdoor spaces are the following. The City Council amendment for safe outdoor space is not well planned out. Safe outdoor spaces will not be safe despite security plans and will be magnets for crimes. We know, we have experience. Listen to us. Safe outdoor spaces in the form of tent encampments for the homeless constitute temporary housing that has been found to be the least effective means with dealing with the homeless. Many cities that once embraced city-sanctioned homeless encampments, such as tent encampments, are banning them now in favor of more permanent housing. Safe outdoor spaces will be detrimental to the neighborhoods and surrounding businesses and interfere with the peaceful use and enjoyment of property, both private and public property,
Mr.
and will
Lopez,
reduce
thank you.
property values and interfere with development efforts. I thank you for
Mr.
this
Lopez,
time.
thank you.
Please override the veto of the mayor. Thank you.
Leola Cowboy, followed by James Crowley. James Crowley, followed by Christopher Ramirez on Zoom. Christopher Ramirez, followed by Janice Herrera.
Equity report, which was not provided to the community until the Friday before Christmas, states there isn't an adverse impact on low-income communities, but does not address other issues like Black students being refused with their school IDs, transgender bus riders whose IDs don't match their gender identity, and many seniors, more than even the 60% of bus riders who say they don't have an ID, who are likely not to have an ID, as ACLU and other voting rights organizations push back on on IDs for voting, but also now buses. So please vote no and/or defer these bills.
Janice Herrera, followed by Peter Kalitzis.
Good evening. I thank you for taking the time to listen to the information I'd like to share. I'm here representing the Health Equity Council and have previously spoken of our desire for the City Council to vote no on Ordinance 22-47. In particular, as a health promotion specialist, I'm very interested in the equity analysis, which has concluded that Ordinance 2247 would not impose greater impact on minority riders. This is despite the fact that from the 2017 onboard survey information, minorities are indeed more likely to pay full fares, especially using short-term passes, and are less likely to use reduced fares, according to the information gathered. The Albuquerque Rides 2020 Title VI program defines significance as a difference of 10% change between minorities versus non-minorities for adverse effects of fare change. So the data captured shows that one of the critical factors, the change between minority versus non-minority populations on the use of long-term passes, the data captured shows a difference of 5%, with non-minority riders being more likely to use the long-term passes at 58% versus only 53% for non-minorities. But I would like to propose that that is within the statistical margin of error, that 5% difference. And the onboard data only included 77 Spanish speakers as a total during the data capture, with no other languages captured. 77 Spanish speakers, where the Albuquerque census data says 26.7% of folks speak language other than English at home. Thank you for your time.
Peter Kalitzis, followed by Anita Cordova. Peter Kalitzis, you are muted, sir.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
My comments reference 212, which I was not given the opportunity to sign up for. I could only sign up for general comments. These services are greatly needed, but the quantification. Please define the contract term emergency winter beds, which is not in, but functionally in the IDO as overnight beds, contrary to what Carol was saying. Please include capacity cap for the total overnight shelter bed capacity, including emergency winter beds, possibly 150 persons. An inclusion of the shelter would be referral based as stated in the application provisions for the conditional use permit. Changing to an emergency overnight shelter would change the nature under which the application was reviewed. The city you could partly mitigate the city's bad faith good neighborhood agreement negotiation, including its refusal to include bed capacity, which is not legally complete and executed agreement, missing 3 out of the 5 neighborhood associations, only 2 signed, and they have business with the city. If the conditional use permit is approved as proposed, 2,000 residents would be permitted to be housed in the Gateway overnight shelter using only 40% of the space, based upon Mr. Rail's space in 2020. The city does not have legal use of facilities commercial kitchen for at least 10 years. Even though you voted on this, it was based upon false, incorrect information. Please postpone this to do research for the correct information. Councilor Davis was correct. The good neighborhood agreement, when you have 2 neighborhood associations signed, 3 not, because the city refuses to listen to them. Basically, they dictate what it is. They're not negotiating and not including an impartial negotiator. So please, if you would halt the funding of this until these incorrect information is looked at. Very, very much.
Our final speaker on general public comment is Anita Cordova. Anita, could you accept your promotion to panelist, please? I believe that concludes general public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. Excuse me. Councilors, we'll now move on to announcements. The first will be is that the Finance and Government Operations Committee, originally scheduled for next Monday, January 9th, will be canceled. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. There will be a Public Safety Committee meeting on Tuesday, January 10th at 5 p.m. via Zoom video conference. Thank you.
Councilor Jones. Councilor Jones, I think you were going to say that the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee scheduled for Wednesday the 11th is canceled. Councilors, any other announcements? Seeing none, there are no public hearings this evening. There are no additional approvals I don't think we have left over. Final actions this evening. Councilor Bassan, 041.
Mr. President, 041 is floor substitute amending the Intergovernmental Relations Ordinance to update Intergovernmental Relations Committee membership, the ability of the committee to convene the intergovernmental coordination, responsibilities of the committee, development of the federal and state program resolutions, review of obligations. I move it do pass.
I heard 2, but I'll take Councilor Grout for the second. Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, we've been working on this quite a while now in the Intergovernmental Relations Committee, trying to really streamline things. So I know that I've been working with Councilor Pena and Councilor Feeblecorn on it a lot. I kind of thought we were all on this one together anyway. So if we want to all co-sponsor, I'm fine with that. But I think that this is something that, it passed in committee pretty simply, and we've really been trying to work a little bit harder on streamlining with state regulation in addition to the federal delegation as well. I would like to defer also to Councilor Pena and Councilor Feeblecorn if they want.
Counselors, any other comments or questions from the other co-sponsor-ish folks, or anything from the administration? Seeing none. Counselor Bassan to close.
I urge your support.
Counselors, all those in favor of 041 say yes. Raise your hand and say yes. Whatever we're doing. All those opposed. That matter carries unanimously. Sorry, folks, I got to get back into my rhythm a little bit. Bear with me. Counselor Pena, Counselor Lewis, R95.
Mr. President, R95 is approving the Transit Department's fare equity analysis of the proposal 02247 to resume fare collection and provide long-term free passes. I move to pass.
Is there a second? Counselor Pena on that, I think. Counselor Lewis.
Mr. President, this is an analysis. So if Mr. Minicucci want to give a quick explanation.
Mr. Minicucci.
Mr. President, members of the council, basically the federal regulations require that whenever you do a fare change, that you do a fare equity analysis to make sure that the communities identified as suspect for being harmed by a fare equity analysis are not harmed. The council, and this is basically what's known as the transit-dependent community. They went ahead and did the analysis. The original analysis was that the minority communities were not impacted. They were concerned the low-income communities were impacted by the original bill. However, as the bill has been amended with the 4 substitutes, it's addressed the issues. And by providing, through the pass system, access to adequate access for those in the low-income communities. Was the summary of the analysis by the Transit Department. Transit Department is here if you'd like to get the exact details on how they proceeded. They mostly used their fare data and also census data and also just the analysis of the bill compared to that and their ridership data.
Mr. President, this is analysis that was completed, and one of the reasons why we had deferred the bill for several months now, and this was one of the reasons why we did that. Wanted to give the department opportunity to be able to meet all the federal requirements and everything we're supposed to be doing on this, and so that's the purpose of it. So.
Thank you, Counselor Lewis. Anything from the administration or anything from council? Do we have, Mr. Cornelius, do we have comment on this one?
Yes, Mr. President. We have Tammy Fisher on Zoom.
Hello. First of all, I want to say thank you. And can you hear me clearly?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So I want to say thank you. I have found this meeting to be very informative. And I also want to say thank you for all of the work that you're doing to help to ease the burden on the city as far as it deals with the homeless people. You've created lots of ways for them to be fed. You're doing more, making more housing available. You're doing just some great things. The reason I'm speaking tonight is I'm concerned about how these transit changes will impact the people. You have places all over the city that are there to support unhoused people. If we don't have a way for people to just get on a bus and go there for free, it makes it harder for people to get there. And then it also feels like a waste of city funds for you to be funding these different agencies and organizations and ways to help the people and not giving them access to the actual places. And one of the other things that I wanted to say is, I know you're talking about passes and that kind of thing. We know that unhoused people don't have access to addresses, and it will be much more difficult for them to get these passes. So please consider how your transit decision will impact the people who you are most trying to help. That's what I'd like to say. And again, thank you very much, and I appreciate you allowing me to speak. Thank you.
That concludes comment.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis. Anything else from you or from the administration? No. Counselors? Is that it? Okay. Counselors, all those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Any opposed? That matter carries. Thank you. Excuse me. Councilors Pena and Lewis, 047.
Mr. President, 047 is creating a full access for all transit fare structure, transit security process to improve transit access to all persons while providing accountability to modify the zero fare pilot program to a pass-based zero fare program beginning June 30th, 2023, to create an operating fund for motor coach and paratransit vehicle operator salaries, establishing rules for issuing transit passes, requiring a study to develop a transit pass management program to identify means to assist social service agencies to provide transit passes, and making an appropriation for, I think, one of the longest titles of any bill we've ever had. I move it do pass.
Is there a second? Second from Councilor Pena. Councilor Lewis.
And Mr. President, I think a lot of just changes and modifications we've made to this bill for months now. And I do believe it's at a point, I think, that that we're ready to, to move forward with this tonight. And I understand there might be some amendments to this, and certainly I think that we should deal with those tonight. That we should introduce those amendments and have that conversation tonight. But we'll start with Mr. Minicucci, if you want to give an update on where this bill is at now and some of the recent changes.
Mr. President, members of the council, the bill does not change since there's no change at this time to the bill as we described it at the last meeting. There will be some amendments tonight to provide that. So I guess my question is, do you want us to go back through what we described at the last meeting, or did you want to proceed?
Why don't we talk about what we move the amendments, and then we really can. I mean, there's really no changes other than the possible amendments tonight. So, Mr. President, if we want to take some time and talk about any amendments that are proposed and go from there.
Sure. We'll defer to that first, and then we'll do public comment after we pass our amendment, so our public commenters can weigh in on the bill if it is amended. Councilor Pena, I believe the first one I see is yours. We'll call that floor amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. Floor amendment number 1 on, I guess to read the whole thing. So on page 6, line 11, after the title section 6, delete the remainder of the line 11 and all of the lines 12 through 14 and insert in lieu thereof. The Transit Department shall establish a process by which applicants to use the Transit Department's American with Disabilities Act Transit Service Sunvan may, on their own or through their legal guardian or medical provider, attest to the condition that requires the applicant to use Sunvan service. So explanation is removes the section on adopting the fair equity analysis that is adopted through R 2396, inserts a provision requiring that Sunvan application process allow an applicant to self-attest for a legal guardian or a medical attest that they have a disability that leaves them unable to use the Albuquerque ride, regular fixed route system. And Mr. Minicucci, if you can further explain.
Councilor Pena, yeah, there we go. I just want to be sure I get that. I'm sorry, Mr. Minicucci, back to you. Second for Councilor Passan. Go ahead, sir.
Yes. Mr. President, members of the council, basically what this amendment does is that currently it kind of it addresses the self-attest issue, and there's 2 ways to look at it, and so we probably would have to ask Transit to come up and present also on this because of the complexity of it. But right now, one of the ways to look at it is that when somebody comes to Transit, they apply, they go through an application process. Transit, to make sure they're not disabled, but they have the need to use Sunvan, that they don't have the ability to use the Albuquerque ride service or regularly use it, will go ahead and have them fill out an application, which in some ways is self-attesting, but then they'll ask for an additional step that they'll also ask for medical paperwork from a medical provider to verify that they have the condition they stated they have to be able to ride Sunvan. So I think what the goal of this would be is that they would, instead of having to go to a medical provider, they could just probably fully describe everything that their condition is on the application, either them or a legal guardian, or they could have a medical provider do it. So kind of give them that option. Councilor Pena, I hope I'm not turning this back in correctly, but she has personal experience with what exactly that could mean when you have to use a medical provider, and I don't know if she'd like to explain it or would like me to explain it.
Well, I think it's great that we actually had Tom do some analysis, Mr. President, I'm sorry. Tom, we had him do some analysis, and there's other states, right? Is it correct? Correct me if I'm wrong, that don't require such a lengthy process that we do. So this kind of falls into what, I don't remember the name of the state that does that, but they actually kind of self-attest, and I think our application process has that additional requirement, plus it has, I think we're at 17, 18 pages or something like that, and there's other states that have a much shorter application process.
Members of the council, Mr. President, members of the council, yes, correct. So Councilor Pena, we did notice that a number of the other agencies had a much shorter application. When we did do further research, part of it might be because our application is in very large letters. I don't know if we had the chance to get back to you, so that might have somewhat expanded ours, but they did have like a 4-page application, whereas we had like a 17-page one. So that was one thing that they could look at. The other issue that though we didn't identify anybody allowed for self-attesting, we did identify within the FTA regulation circular that it stated that it's just up to the transit agencies that they could use 2 or 3 methods to they have to verify that the person needs the service. So they don't necessarily they can use a third-party provider to provide that, which is what we do, or they could also find some other means, such as through the application process, or through having them come down for an interview with transit to have a specialist at the transit department or the provider of the paratransit service to go through that and offer that verification.
Councilor Payne, anything further? Or go to the administration? Mr. Real and Transit Department, I'm sure.
Mr. President, let me take a few moments just to talk about this issue, just in the practical sense of what it means. First and foremost, there's no question that the process that we have is a process, candidly, that I think I was around when we first put this together back in the early 90s, where the concern was that a lot of folks would basically not be forthright, if you will, about their condition, and that the paratransit system would become what we know today as the Uber system, basically, which is using the city's resources to get to different places, et cetera. So the conversation centered around ensuring that we were actually helping folks with disabilities, folks that were actually transit dependent, that really needed the service. And so this process was adopted that is, I would agree, fairly cumbersome. I think the interesting conversation for us tonight is, as a result of the free bus service that we're providing, the FTA requires that paratransit services are treated the same way your regular bus operations are. So that if you have free bus services, you have free paratransit service. The interesting issue has been is that whereas over the past time that we've been in this pilot, if you will, we've seen a tremendous increase in the paratransit service requests from in the transit department. So it is getting to a point, and I'll defer to our director, where I'm not so sure we can keep up with the demand, given the fact that now people can just call and use the service all the time. And it really requires a little bit of at least a consideration and conversation here. I think, Councilor Pena, your proposal, I think has a lot of validity to it. I think we ought to try and figure out how to streamline the process. But I also am concerned, just from a practical operational standpoint, that we may not be able to keep up with the service. And I'm not suggesting that we create a higher standard by any means. I think the spirit of what is being conveyed here is, I think, the right thing we should do. I'm just concerned about what that might mean as it relates to our ability to provide the level of service that we're providing. One example, just for your information, is that in other cities, this paratransit service, what they do is they pick up people at their home and transport them to a bus stop, so that then they can get on the regular bus and use the regular system to get to where they need to go. Our service is different. We pick up people at home through an appointment, and we take them to their destination location. We don't tie them into the system like others do. And so that's why I think our service is obviously a better service, but it does create this issue associated with, can we keep up with the demand? And I would just want to make sure, I'm not suggesting that folks that are using transit, the paratransit service, are not being forthright. I'm just suggesting that we ought to look at this very carefully to decide how do we make it work, and at the same time recognize that the paratransit service is going to get overwhelmed with, as we are now, we're seeing that, and I'll defer to our transit director on that issue.
Director Keener.
Council President, Councilor Pena, councilors. It is correct that an entity can establish their own process, and it could strictly rely on self-attesting. However, I would say that ABQ Ride and also the FTA really does not recommend the sole use of self-attesting. Some of the processes that you can also use outside of the self-certification by the applicant, which is what we're talking about, is a self-attest, which is still a paper online application. We also use professional verification, so written, doctor's note or physician's note, as well as follow-up phone conversations, and then in-person interviews, followed with also in-person physical, functional, cognitive, and visual ability assessments. So this is really important just because it helps us not only to, it's a determination of those that possibly don't need to use the paratransit service and are able to use fixed route. And in fact, processes that use in-person interviews and or functional assessments tend to find more applicants that are able to use a fixed route service. That it just requires some education on their part as well. That takes some of the demand off of those resources. And this is all in place to help protect those people. It's a safety net for the individuals that are unable to use the fixed route service. I would note that FTA does say that if an agency does allow to complete self-certification without any follow-up, that it really could lead to a lot of costly 88 paratransit trips, which are being provided to individuals who actually could travel on the fixed route. So that is one of the issues that we could get ourselves into as well. So those are some of the things. I think it's really important. We do have a consultant that we use, Nelson Nygaard. They are an industry leader in holistic planning for all modes of transportation, and they've been working with us over the years. They have reviewed our entire application process, and they've actually indicated that our denials are actually on the lower side of things. So right now we're currently at about a 7% denial rate over the past 4 years. So again, these are a lot of people that we feel that we have currently using paratransit, that through assessments, we could be providing them the tools to be able to use fixed route, thus freeing up the resources that we have to be able to better get the people that need those services to where they need to go.
Thank you, Director. Council Payne, anything else further?
Yes, Mr. President. So can you tell me what the ridership is for Sunvan? How many people do you, and how many people participate on a daily basis?
Yeah, ridership has been in the 15,000, I believe. Let me pull it up here. Oops. So Council President and Councilor Pena, for October of 23, we were at 15,600. November was a little bit lower at 13,000, although we haven't quite hit our peak levels of where we were back in 2019. 2019, we were hitting around 24,000 was our most ridership that we had, and that was in October. And also just looking at applications for Sunvan, we have also seen an uptick in those over the last few months. We were around the 30s to 50s, and now we're shooting up into about the 100 range of applications on a monthly basis. So again, that's why it's really imperative for us, especially with our resources currently, to make sure that we're screening people appropriately. And again, the reason behind that too, it's not to deny people of the service, but it's to make sure that the people that really need it have the ability to use that service, and the people that can use fixed route, we're able to provide some training and some help to be able to use that service and use that in a more beneficial way.
So, Mr. President, so how many routes is that per day? Like you had 15,000 for, was it October? How many routes per day is that? How many pickups per day, round trip?
I don't have that information on me right now.
That information?
What's that? Trips, right? You guys have that? Oh, the ridership, just the ridership, sorry. So I already gave that to you with the 15,000.
Okay, so is that round trip? That's what I was trying to, so is it round trip or is that just each trip, whether they're going both ways, it's counted as one?
I believe that would just be one trip, correct? One trip.
One-way trip? Okay. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you. You know, I put this amendment forward because we're talking about this legislation, and I know there's this, you know, we've been asked to, let's see if we can actually do this later and look at a study on how to do that. And probably that is going to be the will of this council. But I really wanted to highlight and make people aware that when we're talking and when we're hearing these students and other people coming up here and talking about barriers and barriers for the students and access, as you all know, I moved this bill forward for the free fares initially, right? And so when Councilor Lewis came to me and said that, you know, we really have to look at addressing some of the public safety issues that we're having on the bus, I agreed. But when we're talking about barriers for the more marginalized communities and eliminating those barriers for students and others who need the service, while I agree, we don't really have or haven't really paid the attention that we need to the paratransit. That's a big issue, and like you're saying, I do, Mr. Minicucci, have personal experience with that and just knowing how difficult it is for someone who can, I know of an individual who can actually use the regular bus, but in order to get to certain doctor's appointments and stuff like that, so it makes it difficult because sometimes people who really need the paratransit are actually not allowed because they say that there's this you know, public transportation system that they can get onto. So I just really, my intent with this is we really need to be aware, and I'm afraid that whatever bill passes, whether it's, I'm going to switch names like you did earlier, but Davis and Feeblecorn's bill pass, or mine's, or Dan's passes, that we sit here and we put in an amendment that we're going to look at paratransit in the future. That really concerns me because when we're talking about our most marginalized communities and people who have these barriers to ridership and how we need to make sure that those folks can utilize the bus just like anyone else. And some of the comments that I heard was that, well, then they're going to start riding it more. Well, if you're getting on there free and you're on a fixed budget and you're using it, they should be able to get on there free and to be able to go to additional trips and the like. That's why we're trying to eliminate these barriers. So with that, without going on too much, you know, I would just urge everyone's support for this. And included as part of the overall bill.
Vice President Grout.
Mr. President, thank you. Question, how many Sun van drivers do we have?
Councilor President, Councilor Grout, we currently have 52 Sun van drivers.
How many drivers do we need?
We're currently allocated for 83.
83. Do these 52 that we have, are they working overtime? Like,
yes, we both for Sunvan and for our fixed route service, we are utilizing overtime. We're utilizing supervisors to help fill in those gaps. Outside of overtime, we're also asking for you know, working on off days as well. So.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is a grand idea and obviously a great service that the city provides. However, the way it's been presented to us is a bit more than confusing. When we talk about the number of trips, 50,000, I'm sure you don't have 50,000 people a day do that it's a trip and you count it differently. And what I would like to see before we take a final vote on this, which I hope we would do quickly, but I would like to see the actual factual, how many people get on and get off every day, and is that the number of people or the times that someone gets on and gets off? I would like some real information about how many people and what people use this. And is there, and I know you touched on it briefly, what is the requirement to qualify for paratransit? I think if we had all the information, this would be a piece of cake to pass. It's obviously needed in the city. But I am uncomfortable voting yes on this because I really don't know what numbers, how many people, how how many stops, how many vans, where they go, do they take 3 people at one time, and are those counted as 3 people or one trip? I'd just like to have I'd like to have the numbers put together a little more clearly, please. Thank you.
Okay, Council President, Councilor Jones. Again, the numbers are that 15,000 is the ridership for the, well, the 13,000 for the last month of November. So that's going to be the Sunvan drivers that are essentially calculating. They're keeping track of the people that are getting on the Sunvans. I think you had also asked about the eligibility for Sunvan and how that is determined. There's really 3 kinds of eligibility types. So one is that you have the inability to navigate the system independently. One's that you have a lack of accessible vehicle stations or bus stops. And then the third is an inability to reach a boarding point or a final destination because of your disability.
Thank you, Director. Counselor, anything else?
I understood that in the first place, but it doesn't give me the real numbers that I would like to see. How many people do we handle each day? Not how many trips do we make, but how many people? And I would like to know some of the qualifications to do it, and I understand what they probably are, but it's just a little more knowledge because we're talking a bunch of money here. And I would like to have a little more information before I would vote yes on it. But I think it's a great service that we need to provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselors, any other questions? Counselor Lewis.
We do have a, Councilor Bassan has another amendment that addresses the need and the priority on this, and so why don't we? I guess procedurally, if there was a way to do this, I know this amendment's on the table, but could we discuss that amendment before voting on this?
Sure. If it's the will of the council, we've got 2, and I think that makes sense because I think Counselor Bassan's is related to the data question and some of those others as well. So I don't see any shaking heads. So Counselor Bassan, since we have a motion on we have an amendment on the floor, would you like to discuss what would be amendment number 2 so we can have this together?
Sure, Mr. President. I think we can move 2 amendments if I'm correct per Robert's rules, but it's fine with me if we just discuss it. I did want to point out real quick that Counselor Peñas is asking and directing the Transit Department to establish a process. It's not even, in my opinion, asking to move mountains. It's asking for a process to make things right. So I realize and I hear all of the different problems and challenges that we have, but I personally am not opposed to it. But my upcoming amendment number 2 will be on line 3 after line 22, insert the following, whereas a readily accessible Americans with Disabilities Act paratransit service, such as the Transit Department's Sunvan service, is critical to ensuring just access for disabled persons to medical care, economic opportunities, and socializing events. And on page 10, line 7, after the title, section 9, insert following. The Transit Department shall conduct a study to improve the access to and the equity of qualifying for and utilizing the department's Sunvan service. The study is to be completed by April 30th, 2023, and transmitted to the council office by May 15th, 2023. The study shall be overseen by a technical advisory team comprised of members from Transit Department and Sunvan staff, Sunvan riders or members from the Paratransit Advisory Board, the Office of Equity and Inclusion, the Council Services Department, and other members the Transit Department deems beneficial to the team. This study shall, but is not limited to, reviewing the following: streamlining the application process, the viability of applicants self-attesting as to their condition, utilizing any of a variety of documents to prove the status of why applicants require the Sunvan service, placing as much of the application process online as possible, improving online scheduling, identifying strategies to recruit and retain drivers, and the cost to implement the recommendations of the study. Section 10, and renumber all subsequent sections accordingly. I asked for this amendment for similar reasons that Councilor Peña had brought up. I think that if we're talking about equity and we're realizing the true, other portion of the most vulnerable population in Albuquerque, we need to do something about that and streamline the service for them as much as possible as well. And I think they go hand in hand when it comes to zero fares in addition to the paratransit service. So I wanted to do this to make the Sunvan service a permanent zero fare service and initiate the study to improve accessibility and operations, but also require follow-up to the study, because I can't stand that we do studies all the time and do nothing with them afterwards. So when the time is appropriate, we'll move this amendment.
Thank you, Counselor. And I think that addresses some of those questions. Counselors, other questions? I have a couple, but I think these do go together for what it's worth, since somebody else is going to speak. But Director, I appreciate that, and I do hear and I appreciate in Counselor Bassan specifically calling it out in her upcoming amendment, but about streamlining the application process. It was before, I think it was under the last administration, we had a study session upstairs with paratransit riders, and you know, Counselor Pena has personal family experience. My partner has worked in the disability community for years, and Lord have mercy, it's hard to get a sunban. Like, you got to call and you get a 3-hour window, and sometimes it's cold and your service quits, or you don't get to your appointment because the bus came at the last of the 3-hour window, and it's hard. And we were working on an online process for that. I know the transit department has done better. I've been there, I've seen it. It works better, but not great. We're still talking about how to make that better. But a 17-page application seems a little extreme, no matter how big the font. If 12-point font is 4 pages, like that's like a 49-point font or something. Like, it seems like we're asking a little too much. That said, clearly our denial rate is telling us that people want this and our process works, and I don't have an issue except for the fact that we haven't resourced it well and we need some drivers. If we're going from 50 or 60 applicants on average a month to 100, if our denial rate's still about the same, that tells me we're capturing more folks that are eligible and needing that service. We all have to do a better job of resourcing that well. And it's part of that challenging, hard to recruit positions that Councilor Sanchez talked about earlier. So I see both of these going together. Councilor, I think this is a good idea. I think you're a good advocate for this, and I think they go together. I will be voting for both. Councilor Pena, I think we're back on your amendment.
I'd urge your support.
Councilor, seeing no other discussion, or if there's anything else from the administration, I just want to be sure on amendment number 1.
Mr. President and councilors, the interesting review of both of these is that this one says establish a process by which applicants use the transit services and create a system for, for self-assessment, et cetera. This one says to review the viability of setting up a system like that. So they're a little different in that way. I guess my point is that it really is a council policy decision. Amendment number 1 feels as a requirement. Amendment number 2 feels to look at this and come back with recommendations. So that's the only difference between the two, but it is a council policy decision, and I'll leave it up to you all.
And I did hear the sponsors say that I think if we move all these amendments, that they intend to try to defer this tonight along with the other bill. Is that correct?
Well,
which would give us a chance to revisit, or I don't know.
Mr. President, I would ask if you all are intending to defer the related bill. Is that the intention of the sponsors, the related bill?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay.
Yep. We'll defer ours if you defer yours.
And I'll defer to Councilor Lewis because he's the main sponsor on this bill. So
I may not be after a while. We'll see.
So
Councilor Pena, we're back on Amendment 1, though.
okay, so I would urge your support on Amendment 1.
Thank you. Councilor, seeing no other discussion, all those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Any opposed? That's it. Councilor Bassan, Amendment number 2.
I move amendment number 2 as read earlier.
Great. Second from Councilor, I'll take Councilor Pena for that one. Councilor Pena's in second. Councilor Bassan on your bill, or on your amendment.
I urge your support.
Councilors, any other discussion? All those in favor say yes. That matter carries unanimously. Councilors, we're back on the bill as twice amended. Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, I'd say, honestly, we've deferred this bill for months now, and I think every request that the department has had, and that honestly every request that a lot that the public has brought up, I mean, we've implemented in this bill. So I guess what I would ask tonight is if there is any burning desire, I guess, to defer this, that we would have some stated good reasons why, not just that we need to look at it some more, because I believe we've you know, we've read this over and over. We've discussed it over and over. If there's something, you know, we deferred because of a study, certainly did that. But if it's to defer just because, I guess we want to, you know, talk about it some more or just learn more about it, we really need to state some very specific reasons, because I think that it's worth possibly working those out tonight. And this is the reason why we have these meetings, to do that.
Thank you, Counselor. Mr. Cornelius, before we move forward, do we have any other public comment on this bill?
Yes, Mr. President. Our first speaker is Eli Crowley E. Contreras, followed by Kayla Hines.
Going once.
Kayla Hines, followed by Evelyn Kuhn on Zoom.
Hello. Thank you, Council, and to the President for allowing me to speak. My name is Kayla Hines. I'm a student at Volcano Vista High School, and I'm also on the Mayor's Youth Advisory Council, and I represent Council District 5. And I am speaking today to urge the Council to oppose the end of the Zero Fares program for public transportation. Lately, MIAC has geared its policy work towards unsheltered youth, public facilities and utilities, and public health. And the Privileges and Immunities Clause of the Constitution guarantees the freedom of movement for all citizens and the right to travel. And I believe the city needs to work to make services more accessible for all people to exercise their constitutional freedoms. And I also want to bring attention to the severe school bus shortage across the APS school system, which is leaving some students and a lot of students that I know with no transportation, and they're left with finding different means of getting to and from school. Several occasions at my own school, bus transportation is canceled for some students just minutes before the final bell rings for the day. And the additional requirements that are being proposed may impact youth from even accessing their education, as I believe many students, including myself, don't really think to bring identification or money to school every day. So that's all. I urge the Council to consider the negative impact that regular fares on the bus could have on youth and students in Albuquerque.
Thank you. Councilor Lewis.
Thanks for coming out. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for serving. You serve in my district, and I look forward to getting to know you and talk with you some more about this anytime. So, but thanks for coming and for serving on that commission. I think it's very important. So thank you for doing that. Do you ride the transit? How often do you ride the transit? I'm just interested. I'm not putting you on the spot. I just want to.
Well, I think you know, living in Council District 5, I don't think there's a lot of like public transportation really near there. I think the closest bus stop to my house is probably a 45-minute walk. So I don't really use it. I'm kind of in definitely a privileged position. I have my own car, so I don't really have to use that. But I know in a lot of cases, like my parents, when they don't have access to their cars, they will ride the bus. So.
Oh, thank you. And I Councilor Pena and I took a transit trip from the Northwest Transit Center a few weeks ago, and we did meet a student that's from Cibola High School, and she was on her way across town, and so it was interesting meeting her, and certainly was glad that she was participating and riding the bus in that way. But you have a student ID?
I do.
And most kids, you carry that student ID, and I mean you're required to at school, aren't you?
There may be a requirement to carry at school, but as far as I know, I've never once been asked to present an ID ever. Usually they'll ask us, like, if you're checking out a library book to use it, but you don't even need it. So that's why I think in the past, especially like my freshman year and during COVID, I'm not sure if I had an ID, if I lost it. So that's why I think a lot of students, that kind of takes the back burner on their priorities of having.
Do you have a driver's license?
I do. I drive.
Do you carry that with you all the time?
I do carry my driver's license.
Okay. So any of those would be acceptable, as you know, in this bill. So this is a free fare program.
Right.
You could ride the bus for free just by showing your
your
ID.
I think my point was, a lot of kids that would rely on the public transportation are the kids that can't drive, don't have a driver's license. So I think like having a student ID would be their only form of identification to get on the bus. And at least at my school, I can't speak for other schools, having an ID is not really a priority.
And you understand if you're under the age of having a driver's license, which you're required to carry with you all the time, that you ride the bus for free anyways.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was unaware of that.
So I mean, one of the things in this bill is we're trying to make sure that that we've thought of all those things. So the intention certainly is not to disparage anybody in any way. In fact, it really goes a long way to be able to do that. Thanks for letting me put you on the spot. I sure appreciate it, and certainly appreciate you serving. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Mr. President. Evelyn Kuhn, followed by Xavier Barraza.
Hi, my name's Evelyn Kuhn, and I'm a user of buses almost exclusively for getting around. And I just want to speak to Bill 02247. I'm not entirely sure that passes are going to make riding the system any safer. I think accessibility and safety are two very different issues, and having to require passes of any sort or IDs is more of a burden for accessibility. You can forget them. Maybe you just don't have them, you lost them, in which case you're denied the ride, the free ride. And also the passes provide create a burden of administration for getting them to the public. Who's going to handle that? How do you get there to qualify or receive the passes? And I just want to say I'm very excited about zero fares. It's proved very helpful for me and my neighbors. We're all low income over here. And I don't see how passes are going to create anything towards safety. I think safety is a different issue, and it has to be addressed on a case-by-case basis, which frankly requires, I think, monitors, bus monitors or safety officers. Thank you.
Xavier Barraza, followed by Sarah Manning.
Hello, good evening, everyone, counselors. Xavier Barraza, I'm calling with Los Jardines Institute, and I also do work with the EJ leadership team at Valle de Oro, and I think that the people have spoken clearly. I think in other circles, in these circles, in the council meetings, the people have spoken as to what's desired. I really appreciate the alternative proposals on how to address safety and really keep issues unique, but also interconnected as a way of not interfering with the zero fare model that already has proven to be successful, and increasing this type of time and looking at the other ideas citizens have brought who use the bus daily. I think is the time where we should be focusing our energy. So I think that's the point. The people have spoken. Keep zero fare, and let's address these other issues that we can look at.
Sarah Manning, followed by Josette Arvizu.
Council President and councilors, let me first thank you for your dedication and service to our city. My name is Sarah Manning. I live in District 2. I am speaking as a member of the Alliance for Local Economic Prosperity, which is a nonprofit organization seeking systemic economic and policy solutions for New Mexico. Our focus is on building prosperity in our communities through increased access to financial investment and support for local solutions which increase economic participation. We feel that the Zero Fare program is a bold initiative, and we ask you please to continue the Zero Fare program permanently. However, we are urging the council to please vote no on 02247. Please do not add a layer of government. In this case, increasing red tape requirements for riding our city buses. This ordinance will complicate the lives of our residents by requiring additional and specific identification before getting on a bus. Additionally, we don't feel that there is definitive proof that there is a causative element that would allow additional identification to decrease or reduce either crime or safety or increase safety. The Alliance understands that decreasing barriers such as this new identification encourages more people, not fewer, to ride our buses. Greater bus usage enhances Albuquerque's reputation, livability. It decreases the congestion on our streets. Bus access to all our open spaces and parks is the best way to encourage healthy lives. Please, we want to encourage bus ridership, not complicate it.
Josette Arvizu, followed by Althea Atherton.
Council President and councilors, my name is Josette Arvizu, and I'm the Deputy Director of Progress Now New Mexico. As part of the Zero Fares Coalition, I'm a proponent of Zero Fares that is a true public service, which provides much needed transportation in Albuquerque, distinguishing the city as a leader in transit equity. Zero Fares takes a simple, straightforward approach. Hop on the bus and ride. That's it. Zero Fares has only begun, and there has not been enough time or data collection to truly measure its impacts, nor to assess additional needs of the community. Community is key, and the voice of transit-dependent riders should be heard. Ask them, count them. The ordinance to end Zero Fares and replace it with a pass system or require identification unfairly blames Zero Fares for security issues that have long existed in relation to transit. These longstanding issues are highlighted in the recent December 5th ordinance by Councilors Davis and Feeble-Corn. The ordinance 02247 to end Zero Fares and institute passes and IDs was riddled with faulty data analysis, namely counting security calls without adequately defining them, and in terms of total number of calls, rather than identify them as proportional to the increase of ridership after pandemic restrictions loosened and when Zero Fares began. I cannot tell if this faulty analysis was intentional to fearmonger or to exaggerate crime rates, or if it was an honest mistake, a failure to consider all of the data. Either are unacceptable given the councilors' positions as city leaders. Even so, Zero Fares cannot solve or be blamed for staffing issues, whether they be executive, drivers, ground security personnel. More needs to be done. Keep Zero Fares as intended. That's the beginning, and fully fund transit beyond Zero Fares. Zero Fares should not be blamed for longstanding underfunding of public transit, the need for affordable housing and social services for the homeless, nor should it be used as an excuse to erect more hurdles for people who are already struggling. Don't blame Zero Fares for the city not yet making good on its responsibilities to all the people of Albuquerque. Thank you.
Althea Atherton, followed by Jade Waskow.
President Davis and members of the City Council, as a member of Together for Brothers Albuquerque Bus Riders Union, I would love to see councilors or your policy staff at our future meetings to hear what problems we do want solved by our City Council, like co-creating a community-based safety plan that would bring creative solutions to our shared public safety, like the monitors that Evelyn just brought up. I strongly oppose 02247 as I think it is a costly and over-bureaucratic response that does nothing to target the actual problems I experience as a rider. I've told you in the past about my equity concerns and how we would lose out on that frictionless get on and go model that has made my bus ride so much smoother and lifted fare conflicts from the shoulders of our already overburdened drivers and reduced discrimination issues, especially from the young students of color we heard from when we were approving the Zero Fare pilot. Frictionless here serves as a metaphor for both reducing conflict and creating smoother rides for all. And this plan would only add friction into the system and have very little to no service or safety benefits to our actual riders and drivers. I've been actually bouncing between this meeting and the Victory Hills Neighborhood Association meeting this evening, and fellow board members and I shared some concerns about how ABQ Ride would be managing this much personal data and other sensitive information. The text of this ordinance doesn't make me feel confident that there is a plan ensuring our data will be handled safely and securely. And I also worry about the vast costs, both materially and staff and materials in issuing IDs and passes and managing these bus pass programs. And I really am very afraid about the safety concerns and the added rider and driver conflict and the security of our personal data. Please vote no on O2247. Thank you.
Jade Wasco.
Good evening, councilors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm asking you to vote no on O2247 and keep Zero Fares program. The people who have already spoken have given a lot of great examples for how this will place undue burden on many different communities, but I want to talk about some of the people I work with, both in my job and volunteering. I work with survivors of domestic and sexual violence. I cannot begin to express how heartbreaking it is to be on the hotline with someone who is seeking services, who needs services, but who is unable to access them because they can't afford or access transportation. There are so many examples I can think of just from my work, from survivors I've heard from, where the barrier between them and getting support has been transportation. I have spent countless hours on the phone with people trying to brainstorm solutions that getting rid of the Zero Fares program would only increase those barriers to them getting help. For instance, to the point of having identification, such as a driver's license, an abuser may take away their partner's driver's license. And with this program being gone, they would then be unable to access transportation to get things as simple as food. There are other people who don't speak English as their first language, people trying to access help for substance abuse disorders or mental health services. All of these become so much harder when transportation is a barrier in their way. If we truly want to focus on safety and decrease violence, we must look at the bigger picture, and that means decreasing for barriers for people who need them. I urge you to vote no on O2247 and keep the Zero Fares program. Thank you so much.
Mr. President, that concludes comment on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. Councilors, we're back on the bill as twice amended. Back to the sponsors for anything further, or councilors, other questions? Councilor, let me go to Councilor Sanchez really quickly. We'll come back to the sponsors.
Thank you real quick. I'd just like to thank everybody that was involved in this bill. One of the things that we forget to listen to are the bus drivers, the individuals who are out there doing the job. And I have friends, and of course my dad was a bus driver, and it does make it very, very difficult when just anyone can get on the bus. And I think it's really important because this is hitting middle ground in reference to making sure that there is some sort of accountability when people get on, and also making sure that the bus drivers are safe. Also, I actually spoke with several police officers over the last several weeks in reference to this bill, and one of the things that they expressed is the amount of work that they have to do that sometimes never gets reported to deal with the unruly individuals and also helping to protect the bus drivers. You know, we don't even ask the police officers what their opinion is in reference to their leadership. It's something we need to start doing. We need to ask these folks who are doing the job and have the boots on the ground. We need to start asking them, what can we do to improve your safety? The fact that you're an employee with us, how can we help make sure that we improve your employment with the city so you stick around? So I'm just all for building, also trying to help build the employment base that we need in the city as well. And I think this is an incorporation of everything. And now with these two amendments, I'm really glad, because I brought it up last meeting in reference to the disabled individuals, and I'm so glad that we actually have these two amendments that are helping this out. So thank you so much to the sponsors in reference to this bill. So I appreciate it.
Councilors, other questions? Let me add my comment really quickly before I go to the sponsors and let you guys take over. Oh, Councilor Bassan, I'm sorry.
Mr. President, I know Councilor Lewis had indicated, you had asked if there's further questions, and I do have many questions that I think could lead to reasons why I would be in support of a deferral, but I'm happy to ask them tonight and move through it as well. So how would you like to proceed? Okay. Okay. So most of this, Director Keener, probably you can help with a lot of these questions, please. And forgive me if they're a little bit all over the place, because I've been taking notes as we go, and then I took some earlier. But in reference to this legislation, Director, can you explain and how much money will implementing this new system cost between hardware, software, technology, training, education, the actual passes themselves? How much are we looking to spend to do this and implement it?
Hey, Council President, Councilor Bassan. You know, I can give you some information as far as where we were prior to zero fares. You know, this is to include vault pullers. We'll need employees to do that, customer service reps additionally, vault supplies, fare box repairs, bus passes, and this only includes just the standard bus passes because prior we didn't have any kind of electronic passes, which is something that we are looking into as well. Vault maintenance contracts, armored car services to move some of the fares that we do get. And I wouldn't anticipate that would be a lot of money that we'll be pulling on a regular basis, but we still will have that requirement to pull it. And then software maintenance, general maintenance and repairs, and then credit card vendor fees. And all that annually added up to roughly $500,000, so about 500,000, little over. Again, if you start to go towards some of the technology, I would gather you could probably tack an additional $500,000 on top of that just for the software that's associated with it, as well as the hardware upgrades that we would need to make. I do know we kind of talked a little bit about ART and how that would work. We're given the rear boarding that we do right now. So additionally, to get started, we don't really have that infrastructure support. It would be more of audits throughout the bus driver's trip where the bus driver, he or she would have to stop and make sure that someone had the appropriate pass on them. So delays to buses there. And then going forward, there is the opportunity to procure rear door boarding, fare boxes, as well as monitoring systems. But again, that's going to be an additional cost that I haven't gotten at this point. But yeah, we are looking at a substantial amount of money to implement the free pass system, and then also we'll still continue to have that lost revenue from the fare box, which I know Council had hoped to supplement about $3 million for the first year, and then an additional 1.5 to take it into June. So that's what you would be looking at as far as the costs are concerned.
Director, can you repeat that? What was the $3 million part for the fare box?
That's the fare revenue that we would be missing out on since we're no longer collecting revenues. It's what was supplemented as we went into the zero fares program.
Okay. So, and so when we were charging fares, roughly and approximately, how much annually did transit take in revenue?
I don't know if I brought that number with me here.
Counselor, if I can help, when we wrote the original bill, it was 3.4 million. It was a $400,000
yes.
administrative cost to implement the fare box program. And so that's why we supplemented a $3 million budget supplement to make up the gap. So 3.4 million collected in quarters and dimes at the box.
Okay, so we would collect 3.4 million per year by people riding.
Under the old fare system.
Right.
With all the 22 different free or discounted passes. Yes, ma'am. I believe that was correct.
That is correct. Thank you.
Okay. And then and this is the reason that I'm going to start asking some of these questions, because I read through the whereas clauses in this ordinance and in the upcoming proposed ordinance as well. And there's a lot about security. And I'm the first to admit that I was opposed to zero fares when we first voted on it a couple years ago. I voted no to it. I thought that it was going to increase crime. I thought it was going to increase just day driving, I guess, or day riding, right? All day long, just to be out of the elements. I was concerned about security with that. And I have come around enough to think that security this is what we're reading about in here. Security is a lot. So when we're talking about security, and this new change, if we were to go back, because I mean, there's some people that are saying security has, become an issue and safety is an issue on our buses right now. You have a study that says it's not necessarily because of zero fares. And then on the other hand, you have some people saying that like it might be because of zero fares, and how can we make sure that there's some accountability? So if we were to go back to charging fares, what is the expectation about crime changing when it comes to ridership on the buses?
Council President, Council Bassan, I don't really, I don't know that this would solve for that portion of it. I think one of the reasons that you go to zero fares is to remove the fare box disputes, the fare dispute issues that you have. So I do think that that could potentially be something that we would be faced with and could have some issues resulting in, you know, the fares and the passes that are being presented and disputes over that. So that could potentially become an issue.
And when you say that there was fare disputes, that's going to be between the driver and the person getting on the bus, right?
That's correct.
So we're increasing potential crime or an incidence with the driver that's already of concern right now in the position that we're in currently.
Council President, Councilor Basan, I don't know that we would be increasing, but I don't know that we would see a drastic decrease because of it. I mean, that would be hard to say, but I do think that we will see some fare dispute issues as well.
Okay. And then I don't know who's going to be the one, don't go far because I'm sure, like I said, I'm going to bounce around a little bit, but on one of the whereas clauses, it says, according to the free fare transit report produced by the city, the free fare program appeared to have resulted in a 25% increase in calls for security service at bus stops and on buses in just the first quarter. But then it goes on to say that there's a driver shortage. Since the inception of free fares, some motor coach operators have left employment with the city, citing safety concerns, which further exacerbates this driver shortage. Were exit interviews performed in order for us to confirm that this is exactly why these drivers were leaving?
Council President, Councilor Basan, no, we do not do exit interviews. We have had some drivers that have mentioned to us that there was security concerns. I think we had 9 of those, correct, tallied up. It was all, but that was just provided to us. It wasn't anything that we did through an exit interview.
Okay. This is a random one that's still sort of relevant later, but where are we at with the city bus wash? Is it working? Are we able to clean our buses?
Council President, Councilor Basan, we are not right now. It is still down. We've got a soap pump that is down on it. We have that on order right now. We're hoping that by the end of the month that we'll have that part in and we'll be able to replace it. The city bus wash is from 2004, so it is on its last leg, and we are in the process of designing right now a new bus wash that we are hoping we will have ready to go by the end of the year.
How much would said new bus wash potentially cost?
Do you have the number on that? I don't have that number right now.
Okay, I'm sure it's a lot, but okay. So then there's also the analyzing individual security incidents whereas clause, where it's security incidents trends. I really like this clause, but I don't understand how adding in fares is going to, and for reference, I guess, I'm sorry. For reference, it's page 2 and 3, page 2, line 31 to page 3, line 2. It's talking about really increasing the strategy, and it's directing, it's imperative that the city of Albuquerque develop and implement a strategy to address security concerns on the transit system, including creating, and it lists out several things at bus stops and for security incidences and trends. And I'm wondering how changing the fares or keeping them the way they are, how is it going to increase more security? And anyone, I don't know who's gonna, but how is this analyzation going to actually truly increase the security?
Mr. President, I state the question again, this analyzation.
Well, so let me read the full whereas for the public as well. So it says, whereas it is imperative that the city of Albuquerque develop and implement a strategy to address security concerns on the transit system, including creating near-term action plans to improve responses to incidents on transit vehicles, at bus stops and transit stations, better tracking and analyzing individual security incidents, security incident trends, and developing and implementing a long-term public transit safety strategy.
And just for clarification, the question is, how is that going to improve safety?
How is it going to actually achieve more security? I get that how are the changes of fares and adding in the fares now and the pass system going to achieve this? Why is it necessary?
I think that whereas doesn't refer specifically to the change to the pass program. I think
it's
it
for
refers,
the whole ordinance, right?
Well, the whereas is specifically, Mr. President, speaking about analyzing it, doing some studies. I mean, which is, I think the rest of the bill confirms that. In fact, the other bill confirms that as well, that we want to get a good look at when we do have incidents on the buses. We just want to make sure that it's not hearsay, that we have some good data on that. I think that's what that whereas addresses.
Okay, Mr. President, I apologize. Thank you. Okay, so a couple more. When we talk about, it's on page 4, when we're talking about the different automatic free fare riders, there's a reference to creating, they can store it on their phone, and I guess I'm assuming that's with like taking a picture of their pass or whatnot, or are we talking about developing an app, or?
Is that a question for the sponsor?
Yes, Mr. President, I guess so.
I think Council Lewis is.
Well, it certainly could be. Tom, you want to address that? 'Cause I know there was a lot of discussion on how we would implement that, and certainly, part of this is given this until a good amount of time. I mean, at the time we introduced this bill, and now to the time it would be implemented as a good 6 months. And so, Tom, would you address just some of the ways that we could implement that specifically?
So, Mr. President, Chair, members of the council, so basically I might move this over to transit, because this was a meeting with transit. We asked them for what were the means by which they could implement the PASS program. And so I think they provided this description on how that would occur.
Let's move that to Director Brenner. I want to keep this conversation moving because we do have a number of other things to do this evening, but Director.
Yes, Council President, Councilors. We have looked at a few different apps that would allow us to be able to basically put in that information that we're requesting out of this piece of legislation, and then it would provide them with a app that they could then show the drivers and eventually have readers on the fare boxes. So that's part of that cost that I told you that we don't have a great estimate for right now, but I assume it would be somewhere between $250,000 to $500,000 on an annual basis.
Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, and I think that when we're deciding how much this app is going to cost, I think that it's important to account for, is it going to cost the person that has to download it on their phone, or is it going to be a free app? So then next on page 5, line 9, section 3, it says the transit department will, as technology and resources allow, migrate the passenger demographic that is authorized. And I'm wondering what really defines allow in this? And maybe this is to you as the sponsor, Councilor Lewis, but the transit department will, as technology and resources allow. What does allow mean? When is that? Is it indefinite? Because what if they never allow? What if it's never going to become, what if technology and resources are never going to be available to achieve this?
Councilor Lewis.
Councilor Pena is welcome to address some of these as well. Again, I think that's the whereas specifically states that we'd like to participate with the department in answering those questions and working that out. And but rather than just saying to the department, "Hey, figure this out," we wanted to give some ideas. And so that's why the whereas is descriptive, or that's why it's in the bill. It's pretty descriptive in that way to say these are some of the things that that we're suggesting that you could do in that regard.
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, this is not a whereas, though. This is actually directing them,
I
right?
recognize that. Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'm wondering. You asked what are the questions that I
Sure.
have that would constitute why I am also looking for a deferral on this. I think that there's enough that I don't really know what as technology and resources allow. That could be in 10 years, depending on the technology that we're actually looking for. So then on page 6. Line 6, it talks about identifying the feasibility of developing a fare box system. I know we kind of talked about this, but have we already begun identifying that process and developing a fare box pass system, or is this a chicken and an egg? Because you can't really do it until we decide if we're going to go this way or not.
Director, briefly.
Yeah, Council President, Councilors, we have started working with some vendors at options and kind of communicating with them, but it is a little difficult not knowing exactly where we were going to end up with this piece of legislation.
Mr. President, Director, do you know how long it'll take to find out that and how long it'll take to develop?
Offhand, so we were hoping to start rolling out the mobile piece of it around the April timeframe to try and get people to start enrolling in that. But as far as the fare box technology, we haven't quite gotten to that portion of it yet on how that would work. So again, this would just be where they could actually get it as an app on their phone and be able to show a driver at that point.
Okay.
Mr. President.
Let's let Councilor Bassan finish, and then we'll come back and catch them all.
I'm almost there, Mr. President. And I think we've kind of already identified this through what you've mentioned earlier, but on the very last page, when we're talking about the general fund for $250,000 is being designated to this, it seems like that's not going to be enough. So I'm concerned that if we go to this system, we're not even going to have the funding to implement it. If it's estimated to be at least $500,000 minimum, roughly, with what we do know. we're allocating 250,000, and I'm concerned that we need more money for it. Last thing, it's kind of, I guess, my non-close, but security is an issue. This is what people are talking about when we're talking about what to do on the buses. But I think that I've come to the point where I realize that there's a very different aspect between what is causing some of our security problems. And I feel like zero fares is, I do not believe that zero fares is the reason why we have security issues on the buses. I think it's because we have driver shortages. I think it's because we need security officers on the buses. I think that we need to enforce more of our laws here. We need to work with APD and the CASA and the DOJ, all of these things that we all know about. But I think that security and zero fares are, I've, for lack of any better term, seen the light, that I don't think that they go hand in hand. And so for that reason, I mean, everything in the whereas is about security. Let's spend that $250 getting more security. Let's spend that $250 actually doing something that will make people feel safer. Because to me, the root problem that we have, and what I'm seeing on it, the root problem is that people are seeing too much crime. People are seeing that they don't feel safe. And whether that's on the bus or anywhere else, I really am very hesitant to want to put any money towards implementing a new program when I don't think that, even though the intention is good, I don't think that it will actually solve the security problem on the bus by implementing the passes or fares. I think that it's going to have some additional unintended consequences when we should really be looking at identifying the crux of the problem and finding the solution for that.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Next, we have Councilor Lewis, then Councilor Feeblehorn.
Mr. President, thank you. I'll try to address some of these, and well, all of them again. The security, I mean, I think we could have left that completely out of the bill, you know, but we put the security, you know, type of you know, language and emphasis in there, and because it's important, you know, and it's not necessarily saying that it's directly tied to that, you know, and there are some back to the whereas clauses. Those statements are true. Not everybody might agree with them or not, or even say, hey, this, you know, it's stated that you know, bus drivers have been, you know, had issues with you know, free fares, saying it's caused safety issues, and maybe we're losing bus drivers from it. You know, it's not saying that we have, you know, we've surveyed every bus driver, but you know, there is evidence that that's the case. So it's a true statement. And all that said is, I'd be glad to strike out any of those whereas causes if you'd like. You know, we can do that in any amendment, and certainly we can offer an amendment tonight just to strike those. I mean, if you feel like you want to, you know, support the bill but having a hard time with maybe the wording of a whereas clause, we could change the wording, or we can strike them all together. The phrase that you were talking about, Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, was as technology and resources allow, and that statement really is, it's actually trying to kind of do the opposite of what we were talking about, it's trying to not limit to a specific type of technology that would cost a certain amount of money or be outdated at a certain time, or maybe we may not be able to get to that type of technology in a certain amount of years. And so that's actually what that language is saying, that as it would allow, you know, we want to give some freedom in there. And so, but already all of those things are, you know, answers to those questions that the department is already working through, and this bill gives them a lot of time to be able to do that. We have a budget coming up in just a few months, and you know, we'll certainly have the ability to be able to, you know, fund any changes with this. So I'm confident we can do that. I don't think anybody would say that we have a money problem in the city government right now. So I think it's priority. It's a priority of this council saying, hey, let's do this, maybe not do this, let's do this, or let's do more of this, let's do more of it all and this, you know. That's kind of where our budget has gone. So I think the funding issues are certainly not something that's going to box us into a hole like that. But I would suggest, if there are, you know, changes or amendments that we can make related to those questions tonight, that we could make those amendments I think there's no reason why we couldn't do some of those, unless you simply disagree. I mean, if you disagree, then it's just a matter of, voting up or down on this. But I'm not sure if disagreeing would be a reason for, hey, let's delay this or let's defer this. What I'm saying is that if there are some simple amendments, I think, that could address each of those questions, again, striking out some whereas clauses, changing some wording. We've had a lot of time to look at this and read through this, and so I would suggest that we would do that tonight.
So it sounds like the sponsor would like a vote on his bill, but so we're going to go to Council Feeblecorn next, and then go back to we'll do a Councilor Benton, then Councilor Bassan, and see if we can bring this, and Councilor Payne, and see if we can bring this to a close. So Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just wondering if the director could come back and answer a question. Her answer on how we were going to check IDs, especially on the art bus, I'm just confused by that. So could you explain? I, of course, have a driver's license, so I will be able to get on the bus for free. I'm going to get on the back. And then what happens when someone needs to check my ID?
Council President, Council Feeblecorn, so you'd basically get on the bus, no one would check you, and we'd have just random checks throughout a driver's trip that they would then go and check who's on the bus and make sure that they have the appropriate identification to be on, whether it be the free pass or one of the automatic rider identifications.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm on the bus, and the driver's gonna stop the bus, get up, leave the front of the art bus, walk back through both the front and back behind the accordion, and check everyone's ID, and then go back and sit back down and continue the bus ride. Is that what I'm hearing?
Council President, Council Feeblecorn, yes, that's essentially what you would be hearing. It wouldn't be very often, but they would do some audits. Obviously, I mean, we couldn't do it every time we made a stop and picked people up. It would just be random periods throughout their run.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do we have any idea how long that would take? One check, how long would that take? I mean, I was on the art the other day, and both front and back bus was full. So if that person's going to stop and ask each person for their ID, have we done any time checks on that?
Council President, Council Feeblecorn, no, we have not at this point.
Okay.
But again, that's part of what I said. It would be definitely adding some delay and additional time to the buses.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I mean, so assuming there's 50 people on the bus and it takes 30 seconds a person, I can do that math. That's alarming to me. So that just doesn't seem tenable to me. I also wanted to just verify, and that was all for you. Thank you very much. I just wanted to verify that there's no additional money in this bill for security at this point. Is that still true?
Mr. Minaguchi.
Madam Chair, could you, Councilor Feeblecorn, could you repeat the question? I apologize.
Is there any money in this bill to provide for additional security measures, which is what we keep hearing is an issue? So is there any money in here to actually provide for security?
In this bill, let me look, I believe it's a $250,000. That was originally just for implementation. Let me double check.
That says it's for the bus,
Yeah,
the box
yeah.
system, something.
So at this point in time, there is not money in this bill to provide for additional security.
Okay, so no increased security, major delays in the art line. And then I just wanted to verify, because I do appreciate that we've gone kind of above and beyond on making sure that folks can ride for free. So I just want to make sure I understand. If I'm a student, I'm 12 years old, and I have a school ID, I can ride for free.
Mr. Minaguchi.
Correct.
And if I'm an adult with a driver's license, I can drive for free.
Correct.
If I'm a senior, 61 years old, can I ride for free?
If, Madam Chair, if you follow the provisions of the past, either A, you have an ID or you have obtained a pass.
If I'm a college student and I have an ID from my college, can I ride for free?
You're correct.
If I'm a tourist from out of state and I have an ID, can I ride for free?
Correct.
If I'm a paratransit user and I do whatever hoops I have to jump through, can I ride for free?
My understanding, I have to verify that that with Sunvan, you do have some sort of identification, but I don't know for sure, ma'am.
And if I am a homeless person without a driver's license, can I ride for free?
Unless you have a pass.
Okay. So, How would I get a pass if I don't have a driver's license?
Mr. President,
for the sponsor?
the question is, could I ride for free? And the answer is yes.
So my next question, Mr. President, was this: how would I go about getting a pass if I don't have a driver's license?
Councilor Lewis, do you want it?
Yeah, sure. You want to follow up on that?
Mr.
Oh,
Mancucci.
So what the intent of the bill is that if you do not have a pass, you would apply for a pass, either because if you have a cell phone, if you don't have a cell phone, you would somehow go to somewhere where there's a computer. It could be either, if you're saying in this case, you're using an unhoused person, that person would, potentially be able to go to a social service agency where they could go to a computer, they could go to Transit's marketing department. The intent was along city facilities such as community centers or libraries, whatever it grows to, where a person could get to a public computer or to an agency that could provide them assistance, that they could fill out the pass. The pass would require, of course, their name, their age, and a location to reach them. So it doesn't necessarily require an address, but they could say, if you need to reach me at this social service agency. So that would be the process.
So if they don't have an address, then they could not get a pass.
Not by having a place to live. No, they could though. They could instead use they could just use a location to contact them. Is all. So in other words, if they don't have an address, if they want to use a relative, or if they want to use that social service agency, or they could use that.
Uh-huh. So, and if I am an undocumented person living in Albuquerque, could I ride for free?
You would have to just come. It depends on social service agency. You'd have to come and you would have to say, this is my name, my age, and this is where you can contact me. As to, again, that's a good question. Would somebody require some proof of that or your age? At this point in time, we're not. We're just trying to get some way of reaching back to them.
Thank you, Mr. President. So it just sounds to me like there are lots of people that can just jump on the bus if they have an ID, if they have a college ID, if they have a school ID, if they have a driver's license. It's simple. And that's great for those folks that qualify for that. But there are people that don't have those. And we have set up a system where they have to, I guess, get a library card and go to a library and get on a computer and fill out forms. And then maybe if they're willing to, I don't know, lie and say there's a place that we could contact them, they could get a pass. But if they're not, then they can't get a pass. And I just feel like we're making it the hardest for the most disadvantaged people in our community to use this system. And it really should be the reverse. People who have a driver's license like me, it's not life or death for me to be able to get to my job because I do have a car. There are many people who don't, and putting up those barriers for the most disadvantaged just strikes me as not what we meant to do with this bill. And I do know that we had some further discussions that had been planned, and I was hoping that we could all meet together, and I know a couple of us couldn't make it yesterday, but I really do feel that this is a conversation that we could potentially come to some agreement on, get some additional money for security, which has been the premise of this from the very beginning, figure out the logistics with art, which makes me incredibly nervous. I do not want to be on the art bus when I'm having to wait for 20 minutes for everybody to get their IDs checked, and come up with a pass system or a system that doesn't require our most disadvantaged neighbors to go through this silly process of getting a pass when the rest of us can just go and jump on the bus. So for that, I would really appreciate a deferral and some more conversations so that we can find an answer. Thank you.
Councilor Feeble-Corn, Councilor Lewis, and then we're going to go down the line here.
And Mr. President, I think, that's the reason why we have these council meetings, so we can kind of get to the heart and the bottom of where maybe we might want to amend, or it becomes clear what we disagree with on it, which is fine too. That's why we take a vote. But I think the answer to every question that Councilor Feeble-Corn asked was a yes, correct, as far as listed the different categories of people, and the question was, can this person ride for free? Was there any of those where the answer was no?
Mr. Minicucci.
I'm talking about the question, can they ride for free?
Mr. President, members of the council.
The tourists, right?
Yeah, everyone can ride for free if they have the ID or the pass. So again, I got to be honest with you, if somebody wakes up in the morning and they don't have their ID was stolen, they would have to somehow get to a location to get a pass, like we said, a library or community center, or they would have to, for that one time to get down to Transit to get their new pass, would have to find $1. But besides that, or if I woke up, if I suddenly was standing at the bus stop and I didn't have my wallet, and I forgot my wallet, I would have to find $1. So what it is to get everybody is able to ride for free, but so that we can identify, we have some identification, they would have to have identification with them. And we're putting in a system very comprehensive to make that as easy as possible to get that.
But there's not anybody, there's no category of people that cannot ride for free, correct?
No, there's no category.
Okay, everybody can ride for free. Yeah. And then the question about the money in this bill, and if we need more, you know, I'll propose an amendment tonight, or anybody can, I certainly would welcome an amendment tonight that would add money for, you know, specifically the safety issues too. So I think that'd be an easy amendment that we can do.
Thank you. And I think the other bill does have $1 million in transit security if we get to that bill.
So we can
As a
amend this
reminder.
tonight, put $1 million in transit security if we'd like. So.
But next we have Councilor Pena, then Councilor Benton, then Councilor Bassan again, then Councilor Jones. And as a reminder, we do have another couple of things here, and we have a whole nother transit tonight. So we want to keep this going to be sure we're being productive. Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say that, you know, I think there's two issues that we have here, and I think when we talked earlier and I deferred the bill that I had earlier, was really, that bill was to do something about the security. We cannot, based on the information that we received from APD and from transit, there are some issues with security on the bus.
Yep.
Period. I think we can all agree with that. How we're going to deal with it, we're not sure. Councilor Lewis proposed something, and he actually melded the bill that I've been deferring into his bill, and working with him, and I've said this before, he's really tried to make sure that we maintain the free fare system. Some of the suggestions that we received and how other people are dealing with this is through having some type of pass system in order to really be able to not track anyone, but if an incident happens, you can kind of go back and find people and try to see, you know, if anybody has any, because there's some really serious incidents happening on the city bus. So I think everyone, from what I'm hearing, everybody here wants to maintain free fares, right? So, but we can't ignore, and that's what I had told Councilor Lewis, we can't ignore the fact that there are some security issues. That's just a reality. You know, riding the bus, hearing from constituents, we don't always hear, sometimes we hear from some voices, but we don't always hear from lots of voices with it, whether it's in the community, whether it's people who are actually riding the bus, whether it's some of the emails that we receive talking about security, former employees that are saying that, you know, the buses are plagued with crime. So we have to deal with that. And I think we met with someone early on that said doing nothing isn't the answer either. So as a city, I think it's incumbent upon us to address both issues. And so free fares doesn't seem to be the issue. It seems to be the idea that we need to address really some of the safety issues on the bus. And I've said this since the beginning. For me, safety on the bus isn't just about people who are creating acts. I think public safety on the bus is about maintaining the bus stops, maintaining the buses, making sure that people feel safe and comfortable. As a matter of fact, some people that we spoke to on the tour said, hey, they told us, look around, look at these bus stops and look at how poorly they're maintained. That's a public safety issue. I agree. So the reason I think, just based on that, is that we have 3 sets of people now trying to figure out how to make this work. I think what we need to do is kind of just put our heads together and try to come up with a good bill that does address safety. And if that, at the end of the day, turns out to some kind of pass system, then we're going to have to do that. If it doesn't, and there's better means and ways to address safety, and just by doing a study or a plan about public safety isn't the answer either. This is something that's going to take time, and we have people. There's some serious issues. I mean, I can read some of the emails, and thank you, by the way, Rachel, for putting this together for me. You know, I have a bus driver that says, I'm recently retired from transit, a total of 17 years. And he just goes on to talk about, you know, I saw you on the news the other day regarding the issues. And then during the past few months, he says that it's plaguing morale, it's plaguing the system. Many of these drivers are friends of mine, and these drivers have already retired on various careers. And, and we're talking about the fact that we don't have enough, Councilor Fablecorn is saying, hey, if we're going to have to do these audits or checks, that's just something that has to happen. And the fact that we don't have enough drivers isn't a reason not to do it either. We need to focus on hiring more people throughout the city of Albuquerque. But again, not doing anything in relation to some of the public safety issues is not good for the citizens of Albuquerque. So with that, hoping that we can kind of come together and put all the 3-4 ideas together, I think maybe we should consider a deferral. But I've committed to Councilor Lewis in saying that, I'm supporting his efforts. So if he does not want to defer it this evening, I will vote on the bill. But I think the better solution is for us to get together and do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pena, for what it's worth. I think we're almost at the end of this, and I think we can make a vote this evening and see where we go, but we'll defer to the sponsor. Next up, Councilor Benton, Councilor Jones, and then we'll go back to other councilors who've already spoken if there are any at that point. Councilor Benton.
Yeah, I do want to express my appreciation of the sponsors on this specific bill to really try to answer the questions. But to me, and as one of the original supporters of ART, I admit it, I support it, and I still do. One of the original supporters of ART, one of the big points of that was you get on, nobody's checking anything as you go on or off the bus, but there's security on the bus, random security checks that check to see whether you paid your fare, or in this case, whether you have an ID. So that's a very simple system that was part of the whole sales point of ART and keeping quick schedules and not having anything like what we're talking about where some bus drivers got to go do it, but that there's actually a security apparatus. And I think we keep talking about money, but we need to also talk about staffing. Money can eventually be solve staffing, of course, but it's easier said than done. And we've had some discussions at the transit district about doing a more robust system that could have an actual sworn security force, sworn officer security force through the regional transit district, which has that authority. There are a lot of things that we could do. I just feel like we've kind of, everybody has good intentions, but this just seems to me like we're creating a Frankenstein here. And I was a sponsor of the zero fares. That's a simple system, and the solutions and all this discussion just to me feels like it's not very simple. But I would support going to a vote tonight and seeing where we need to go from there. I don't think we're solving it here on the dais tonight.
Thank you. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilor Benton. I think what we're doing here is just spinning around and not accomplishing anything because we don't know what we're talking about. We don't run the buses. We don't drive the buses. We don't deal with the customers. We don't deal with the collections, and we don't deal with the crime on the buses. We are legislative. And I think until we are comfortable enough sitting down with the people who run the bus system, some of the bus drivers, and a few people who ride the buses, and let's come up with some ideas instead of just trying to structure something ourselves. If we're going to do something big like this, and it will cost some money, and we should spend some money, because public transportation is a major part of any viable city. But right now, we don't necessarily have a good public transportation system. And if we're going to make it good and one of the best and grow our city, we need to do it correctly. So let's stop trying to put little Band-Aids on something that we don't even know where the owie is. And let's get together with the transit people, administration, law enforcement, and drivers. And let's come up with let's form a committee, form a group, whatever we're going to do, however we choose to do it. Let's get the facts and what the ideas from some of the people who have to work within this, and let's do it correctly and do it as quickly as we can. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, ma'am. And we're going to go, let me just say, and then we'll go to Councilor Bassan and then back to Councilor Lewis to close. Yeah, for what it's worth, I agree. I think this is a well-intentioned. I agree that this was a vehicle, and no pun intended, vehicle and a vessel to work on this issue of security. I'm sorry, Councilor Grad, I'll add you. A vehicle and a vessel to work on the security issue. I think there are a number of options here. I just don't think it's, as Councilor Feeblecorn and other questions have sort of demonstrated, I don't think the proposal for this pass and ID system is going to work effectively. It doesn't matter if you flash an ID, like unless we create a registry that requires you to scan it, put your name in, have the driver check it against a registry when you get on to know if you're banned. How do we even know who the people are? If they commit a crime? Like, I don't think that works in this process well for that purpose. And so, but I do think we should, let's decide what to do about this bill. I might be wrong, and this may be the new program, in which case, as somebody said, now we have a direction to point to. So let's go back to Councilor Bassan for her final question, Councilor Grout, and then we'll go back to Councilor Lewis to close on this one and try to get us to a vote, and then we will go to our next item, which we still have people here for.
Mr. President, Councilor Benton actually made a couple comments that I think have really resonated with me in relevance to my last question. And it's, Councilor Benton, you said that you wanted to express your appreciation to the sponsors to try to answer the questions. And I respect that. And I want to know, what are the questions? What are the questions? What are we asking? Because how are we supposed to come up with an answer if we don't know the questions? And I don't know the questions. I don't know when we're saying like, oh, it's great, we're going to try to answer. What are the, is it safety? Is it more money? Is it less money? Is it more accessibility? I don't know what the questions are, so I don't know what we're trying to achieve here. And then the other thing that you said, Councilor Benton, was money can help solve staffing eventually. And I agree with that as well. And I do kind of agree with some of the sentiment that we kind of, and Councilor Lewis, you said so too, or like money's really shockingly not the issue right now. But we need staffing, but we're not going to get staffing if the drivers don't feel safe. And we're not, so to me, my question, Councilor Lewis, is if it's not for safety and security, why bring back fares and passes? What is the goal?
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Councilor Lewis with the response.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's pretty clear in the bill that we relate that there are aspects of the current program that has created the environment there right now. You know, so what this bill does, and by the way, I think this bill is very clear. I mean, it's, you know, we've been reading this for months now. We've had opportunities to ask questions. The questions that have been asked, and I appreciate the questions that are asked. I think that's part of this, is asking good questions, and then, you know, we've addressed those questions. And by the way, we've had a lot of meetings. Our staff has had a lot of meetings with the department. The department has had a lot of time to think this through, give feedback, come up with solutions and ideas on how to implement this. We've talked to APD. By the way, we've had a lot of conversations with people on the buses, by the way, too. People that ride the buses every day and gotten their feedback. I can tell you that the people that we talked to that ride the buses did say that they felt like that the current program was directly related to their feeling of feeling safe on that bus. So that certainly was some direct feedback we got. I can tell you that we talked to bus drivers as well, and those bus drivers expressed very specifically that they felt like that the changes that happened when this program took place have led to the condition that those buses are in right now. And the security on those buses, and their feeling about the, you know, this, how good they feel about their job or not. So again, these are honest, you know, solutions that we've put on paper and taken a lot of time to, you know, answer those questions. I think we know what we're talking about. I think that's false to say that we don't know that what we're talking about. We know exactly what we're talking about, and we've put it in a bill. We've written it down and done that. So. I would address that if there's some amendments tonight. I think that what this discussion has done is shown that I mean, councilors have different opinions on it. I think there's probably a majority that agrees with the past system, and maybe there's a majority that doesn't agree with it. I'm not sure that, I mean, the whole reason why the other sponsors created the other bill is because they disagreed with the past system. And again, that was discussed tonight. I mean, I think that's very clear too. So again, I think that the idea of, you know, deferring and coming together with the other sponsors, I mean, certainly I'm willing to do that, absolutely. And we'll probably do that, you know, probably make a decision to defer it. But again, I asked the question, what are we going to do? Are we going to create a bill that includes the past system and includes other things that are in that bill? I don't think that that's going to be the result of that meeting. And so again, that's why we have these meetings, and even if we have to extend the meetings to get through the agenda, you know, we shouldn't be rushing through these things. I mean, at some point we can make a decision and come up with some solutions. So again, if it's disagreeing with the bill, I don't think that's a good reason to defer. If it's very specifically like waiting on a study, other things like that that are very specific because the feds require it of us, you know, yeah, let's defer it, let's do that. But I don't think that there's any questions that were pending tonight that couldn't be amended into this bill or couldn't be suggested. So that's where I'm at on it.
Councilor Lewis, thank you. Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a couple of questions. On the Sunvan ridership, do we have issues, crime, you know, security issues on those rides?
Director, is that for you?
Yes, sorry.
Council President, Councilor Grout, I don't have like the statistics there, but I would say I don't see as many issues as I do on the fixed route system as I do on Sunvan.
And all the people that are riding the Sunvan, we actually know who they are, correct?
They have to go through the application process, that's correct.
So we have some kind of, so I'm very curious. I'd love to know what the security issues, how many issues that we have when we know who's riding the bus, if they're better behaved, because we know who they are, if that's something that we need to be looking at. Do we have to have a library card to check out a library book with an ID?
Mr. Real for the administration, since our library director didn't happen to come for the transit discussion.
Thank you.
Council President and Councilor Grout, yes, you do need a library card.
You have to have a library card.
But you do get the library card at the time you walk into the library if you want to check out a book.
Perfect. Okay, very good. Do we have to, in order to get Medicare services, does the individual have to have an ID?
Mr. President, I may not be completely expert on this, but I think for most governmental services, you've got to have an ID.
You have to have an ID.
And address, et cetera.
So our nonprofit providers, are they helping the folks with their IDs and their birth certificates? And
Mr. President and Councilor Grout, for most of the conversation that we had earlier related to services for the homeless, that is part of some of the services that we are providing as part of the wraparound service.
Mr. Real, Councilor, if I could just interrupt, I actually think that the immigrant-friendly ordinance that Councilor Pena and I drafted and this council passed it before prohibited the city from requiring an ID for receipt of services in the city. I think it's an option you can provide to verify your identity, but actually I think we're prohibited from requiring an ID except for federal programs that require it by federal law.
Okay.
Well, I think, Mr. President, I think if I'm not mistaken, and it's a little bit hard to hear, but I think the question was, are we helping people get their IDs? And that is what we are doing.
We're helping them. I found it very interesting when there was a family that needed a Thanksgiving meal, and Roadrunner Food Bank was just right across the street from my business, and so I went over there and I thought, you know, they've been doing it for a couple of years, twice a month, and so right before Thanksgiving, I went over to get a food box for this family. I was very curious how it all worked because they put up signs and it's quite interesting. So I got there and they said, "What's your name?" And I said, "I'm getting a box for a family." And they said, "Do you have an ID for it?" I said, "No." And this was Roadrunner Food Bank. And I said, "Do you need an ID?" And they said, "Yes. Usually when you come through, you could still get one. We'll still give you one." And I still was able to get a food box for this family, so they did not deny me. But they did say that they give you get an ID so that you can go and get your month. I don't know how it all totally works, but I found that interesting that everybody had an ID, you know, so I was just curious. I know I need an ID to get on an airplane. I think they have information when you're getting on an Uber. They kind of know you. So working with the PRT team, I've been really focused with them, and they have told me that having a little bit more accountability, knowing who's getting on and off the bus, will help them do their job better too. So I think that there's a lot of services out there that help us get IDs. I know people lose IDs, but you can get another ID. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Lewis, seeing no other questions, we're going to take it to you for a vote. The motion on the floor is for a do pass as amended.
So, Mr. President, I mean, I open to meet with you guys. Absolutely. But I would like to, either going to withdraw this or we're going to just vote on it. If it combines with the other bill, my feeling is that it's really boils down to the pass issue. So, so we'll defer it, 2-week deferral. I'll move it 2-week deferral.
There is a motion for a 2-week deferral. Is there a second? Second from Councilor Grout. Councilors, any discussion on the deferral? Having discussed it at length already, seeing no other discussion, all those in favor of a 2-week deferral, raise your hand and say yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 2, 7 to 2. So the motion for deferral passes. We'll see this again in 2 weeks. But transit fans, fear not. We have more transit coming, but we're going to take a quick break and do economic development. Next up, 058. 058 approves a project involving universal hydrogen pursuant to the Local Economic Development Act and the City Ordinance 410, which is our legal LEDA, to support the acquisition, renovation, and construction of manufacturing facility in Albuquerque for the purpose of assembling and manufacturing hydrogen fuel cells. I move a do pass. That was very loud. And a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. Hey, Chris, welcome. Good to see you. Before we do, I think Councilor Feeblecorn, you have an amendment for the bill, and so I'd like to try to get amendments out of the way first so that we have the bill that everybody can talk about, if that's okay with you.
Certainly, Mr. President. This is floor amendment number 1. It is on page 4, line 1. Insert the words that utilize zero carbon hydrogen not sourced from fossil fuels after the word capsules. The reason for this amendment is that I had some questions about this project, so I did meet with our Economic Development Department, the State Economic Development Department, our Aviation Department, as well as Universal Hydrogen, and I was very pleased to hear that they are, in fact, going to be utilizing green hydrogen, and so I just thought that this was an appropriate amendment to clarify what the actual business model of Universal Hydrogen is. This amendment has been passed through Universal Hydrogen and all the folks that I just mentioned, and everyone approves of it, so I will move it to pass.
Thank you, and I'll have a second for Councilor Jones. I don't see Mr. Gruner here, but if somebody would sneak out in the lobby, just remind him, let him know that we're finally on his bill. We're going to need him in just a minute. Motion on the floor is for the amendment number 1. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yes. Yes. All those opposed? That matter carries unanimously. Councilor Lewis is excused. Thank you, Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you.
Chris, you're back. 058.
All right. Thank you, Council President, and the entire council for considering our project today. This recruitment project is for a state-of-the-art manufacturer. Universal Hydrogen is seeking LEDA funding in the amount of $12 million. The state has agreed to provide $10 million, and the state proposes to provide $2 million. The City of Albuquerque will serve as a fiscal agent for the state LEDA funds to be used for the acquisition and construction of the facility. The company also plans to apply for city-issued industrial revenue bonds as part of the project in the near future, but that transaction will not be considered today. Universal Hydrogen was founded in early 2020 by world-class aviation leaders with the goal of comprehensively decarbonizing aviation. To accomplish this, the company is building complete end-to-end solutions, which include the manufacturing of modular hydrogen capsules and assembling hydrogen fuel cell-based powertrains for existing aircraft, starting with regional turboprop aircraft. The company also provides fueling logistics to deliver hydrogen to these new aircraft. The company's fueling network is based on modular fueling tanks, which can be filled at the source of production and delivered to airports via the intermodal freight network. The new facility is located, or will be located, on a 50-acre parcel in the city's Aviation Center of Excellence. Manufacturing at this site is an allowable use per the city's integrated development ordinance. At the time of the application, the company had no existing employees locally, but employed 88 employees at various locations. The company intends to create 500 new jobs at the project location with an average salary of $70,000. The company expects the majority of these jobs will be filled by Albuquerque residents. New jobs are in manufacturing and other related areas, including assemblers, technicians, supervisors, engineers, and managers. Additionally, the construction project is expected to create a significant number of construction jobs sourced from local labor pools. The LIDA staff analysis includes a fiscal impact analysis provided by the State of New Mexico's Economic Development Department. The analysis shows that the company will be making a substantive contribution to the community. Overall, the city will receive approximately $8.7 million in net benefits over the 10-year project period and generate $35 million in total for all local taxing districts. The project is anticipated to have a total economic impact impact of over $700 million. LIDA 23-2 is a qualified project as defined by the state's Local Economic Development Act and the city enabling legislation. The project complies with the adopted city plans, policies, and meets the community economic development priorities and objectives. Based on the above findings, staff recommends the approval of LIDA 23-2 as proposed in the project plan application. We just want to take time to thank Council for hearing us today and for the company and their major investment in the community. We want to thank our partners with AREA and the state for all their help on making this become a reality. We do have Max Gruner with the state and Grant Taylor with AREA, as well as John Gordon with the company here, available for questions. And we do have Chris Muirhead available by Zoom if there are any questions on legal or technical stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. We appreciate it. I see we have all those directors here. Let me go first to councilors if there are any other questions, and we'll ask the administration if we have any other commenters from the others. Seeing none from the administration or Mr. Cornelius, do we have any public speakers signed up?
We have one public speaker, sir. We have Xavier Barajas.
Hello, Council President, councilors. 3 questions on this issue. I don't see it kind of clearly stated in some of the paperwork here. Is one, that it's an aspiration to be renewable. When does the aspiration become a reality in the timeline? 2, what kind of environmental assessments have been done regarding potential environmental impacts? And then 3, has there been proof of no harm? We know hydrogen's a new innovation of energy, still yet to be proven. In many respects, it's still theory, and so it has not yet been applied. And so there are a lot of major concerns from communities. And then 4, with all of that, is what kind of engagement has been had with the local community, especially the immediate community there on Gibson, in the development of all of this.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cornelius, are there other speakers?
That concludes our public speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. And folks, I know we have Mr. Gordon from Universal Hydrogen, along with Mr. Ghosh, but to the administration, anything further?
Mr. President and councilors, this project has been led by the state of New Mexico, and the way this proposal LIDA funding is structured is that the state investment is the first in line, if you will. The investment from the city is at the end of the project, if you will, so that as the project moves forward, that's when the state's or the city's money would be utilized so that we can ensure that we're doing our due diligence as the project moves forward. But I think it is in line with what we have always talked about with the ACE facility at the airport, which is a project directly related to aviation and the aviation industry. And I think that there's an opportunity for us to be a leader in the country on this area. And with that, I think that the company would obviously like to address the council.
I suspected. I also see Mr. Gruner joined us. Max, we waited till you left till we got to your bill, but thank you for rejoining us, and we're here. Briefly, Mr. Gordon, are you still with us?
I am here, yes, thank you.
Thank you for putting up with our long meeting this evening, and thank you for still being with us. Welcome. Excited to welcome you to Albuquerque. I know you have a very brief statement to us about the company and a program, so go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I can't put my video on for some reason, but that's fine. Oh, there it goes. Okay. We've learned to use Zoom.
There we go. We see you now.
I've learned to use Zoom. Yeah, I'll just say a few things. First, just thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, but the opportunity to make Albuquerque our manufacturing center. We're very excited about the possibility here to build a major manufacturing center in the city that will employ hundreds of engineers with high-paying quality jobs with full benefits. We hope that our employees will have a very positive impact on the community. I think Chris described our company very well. We are aerospace people that are concerned about our industry's impact on the environment, and there's not a lot of ways you can decarbonize planes. Hydrogen is really the only solution for decarbonizing aviation. And to say a bit, to respond a bit to the comments that were made, hydrogen is actually quite old in aviation. It's been around since the 50s. What we're seeing now, though, and it's also get to the first point, is what we're seeing now is a growth in the production of renewable hydrogen. And the problem that we solve is how to get that renewable hydrogen from production to consumption to the aircraft. And that's what we're doing in Albuquerque. We're building a very advanced modular hydrogen containment system that will transport the hydrogen. And the engineers in this site, the hundreds of engineers, will be working on advanced composites and metals, really great and marketable skills that will facilitate our business, but also the broader trend towards hydrogen, as well as composites and all these other important manufacturing techniques. So we hope that we can be a real catalyst for engineering in the city. And thank you again for the opportunity to do that.
Thank you, and we are excited to see this come to fruition at our airport. On top of all that, for the investment in our aviation industry. From the administration, anything further? Councilor, seeing no other discussion or no other questions, all those in favor of 058 as amended, say yes. Yes. Any opposed? That matter is carried unanimously. Congratulations. Next up, Councilor Feeblecorn. We are back on transit. 062.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is 062, appropriating funds to expand transit security, making adjustments to the transit system to improve transit security and transit equity, adjusting the definition of peace officer to include transit security and metro security, adding disobeying a motor coach operator to the definition of disorderly conduct, and adjusting public transit fares. I believe that we want to defer this for 2 weeks. I'm hoping that that's okay with everyone, and I'd like to defer until the next meeting, January 18th.
We have a motion and a second from Councilor Grout. That's correct. For the record, I think we have a couple of amendments, and Ms. Montoya doesn't necessarily need to bring them, I think, unless, is it one of ours or somebody else's? It's Councilor Bassan, same amendment. All right.
I didn't see yours.
I think I would defer to Councilor Bassan, but I think we're willing to just let the amendments sit today and bring them back in a week in case there's any other comments on them. But if you'd like to present it, I think I support it and would be fine to do that amendment if you'd like.
Mr. President, it's the same exact amendment that went to 047, just because if one passed and the other didn't, I think it was important to do it. So it's all about paratransit. Same exact amendment. I'm happy to move it or wait.
If the amendment sponsor doesn't mind, I think we were just going to keep the other sponsors' amendments as well until our next time, in case there are any additionals that come out of any follow-up meetings. So I think, but that one's passed. So I'm sorry. Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Montoya. So we are back on the bill for deferral until the 18th. Any other discussion on that matter? All those in favor say yes. Yes. Any opposed? See it again in 2 weeks. Thank you. Next up, Councilors Pena, Feeblecorn, and Basan, R90 federal priorities.
Mr. President, R90 is establishing federal programming and policy priorities for the city of Albuquerque for federal fiscal years 2023 and 2024. I move it do pass.
Many seconds. I'll take Councilor Jones. Back to you, Councilor Basan.
Mr. President, I would like to pull it up, but there is also a proposed, there's a couple amendments. So I know that you had one, Mr. President, and then let me double check, because who else is doing it? Is it us? Or are they both you? Councilor Davis?
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
President?
I'm looking for it, so. If you have it handy, ma'am, would you know what it was?
You know what? No, I apologize. See, I'm getting tired too. I apologize. I was looking at the previous agenda item. So we have, if you want to go ahead and move it since you have it right there, that'd be great.
Y'all can tell it's getting late, but we're almost done. Thank you,
Thank
Councilor.
you, Mr. President. I'll move floor amendment number 1. This is attachment 1 to the resolution is removed and a new attachment 1 is substituted and attached to this resolution. This is basically an update to the priorities that includes the mayor's crime initiative, only those parts of that that were included in our state priority list. So with that, move to pass.
Councilor Feeblecorn with the floor amendment number 1, second by Councilor Basan. Councilors, any questions or discussions on that item? Seeing none, all those in favor of floor amendment number 1, raise your hand if you say yes. Any opposed? That item carries unanimously. Councilors, sponsors, back to you.
I will also defer to my co-sponsors, but again, this is something that we've really tried to take all the other councilors' priorities in mind and working with the administration and the administration's priorities, and we would like to make sure to establish this as the formal list that we have all come to agreement on.
Thank you. Mr. Cornelius, I didn't see any people signed up. Is that correct? I'm just catching up tonight. So Mr. Real, anything further from the administration? Councilors, anything else? Seeing none, all those in favor of R90 as amended, say yes, raise your hand. Any opposed? That matter carries unanimously. Thank you. Next up, Councilors Feeblecorn and Jones, M8.
Thank you, Mr. President. M8, the City of Albuquerque City Council recognizes the devastating impacts of COVID-19, honors the sacrifices that essential workers have made to protect and save lives in their communities, declares support for a permanent COVID-19 memorial to be located in Bernalillo County on state trust lands to honor the victims of COVID-19. Move it do pass.
And a second from Councilor Jones. Mr. Cornelius, do we have speakers on this item?
We have a presentation. We also have 2 speakers on Zoom, if you'd like me to do those first.
I'm going to defer to the sponsors. I know they do have the presentation and the speakers. So.
Mr. President, if we could have the speakers come up and do the 5-minute presentation first, that would be our preference.
That's great. I'll ask the sponsors
Janeth,
if they would introduce their guest or their presenters. That'd be great.
Come on down, Janeth. So I think we're going to hear from Janeth, and I'll let her introduce herself, and then she just has a short presentation on this memorial, so you'll get a feel for what's being planned.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Welcome, and thanks for being patient with us today.
Of course. Good evening, Mr. President, councilors. Can you hear me okay? Okay. My name is Jeanette Nunez del Prado. I'm a licensed clinical social worker and an expert in trauma and healing. I'm the New Mexico hub leader of Marked by COVID, which is the largest survivor-led advocacy group in the nation. And I lost my father, Hugo Nunez del Prado, to COVID, May 2021. As you can see, the pain is still raw. COVID-19 pandemic has become the deadliest disease event in US history. In New Mexico alone, we've lost over 8,800 people, 1 million Americans, and millions more around the world. COVID-19 has disproportionately impacted the Black, Indigenous, people of color communities, the elderly, and those living in poverty. The New Mexico COVID Memorial will support the COVID bereaved community, many of whom were unable to follow their traditional grieving rituals and are struggling with disenfranchised and complex grief. This memorial will center the needs of the bereaved and serve as a place to acknowledge the harm countless have endured due to the pandemic. This spirit of the memorial will respect the cultural diversity and Native American tribes of our beautiful and unique state. Next slide, please.
It's coming. Stand by. There we go.
Thank you. So our organization, Marked by COVID, has partnered with Bernalillo County Parks and Rec and wonderful landscape architect Ken Romig, who has designed a number of New Mexico memorials. Thanks to the State Land Commissioner, the designated site is on public trust land by the Rio Grande Valley, mountainous terrain, and our bosque. Next slide, please. With beautiful views, which are very grounding. As any of you may have known who've suffered grief, grief can disassociate and leave you feeling outside of your body. This memorial will be very grounding and ground our New Mexicans in this beautiful land. Next slide, please. And so it's located in the Bernalillo County Mesa del Sol Sports Complex. Next slide, please. Will you go to the next slide? And the next one? Okay, perfect. So the walk is filtered with papel picado walls. Just to take a step back, the memorial offers a pilgrimage experience where one end of the memorial will be for reflections for private grief. And you'll walk through the pilgrimage where it is filtered with picado walls, nichos or small shelves for offerings or ofrendas brought by mourners, and colorful gardens in key areas. Next slide. So you can see here the picado walls. And the next slide. And at the end of the pilgrimage, the visitors will see the stone plinth, which will have a digital experience through augmented reality. We've partnered with Snapchat, who have already developed this technology with us and are providing it pro bono. Visitors will be able to hold up their cell phones and see a vortex of the dead spiraling upwards. Using smartphones to access the digital memorial echoes the unique pandemic phenomenon of millions of virtual goodbyes. For those grieving COVID loss, our association with our cell phones is forever changed by the traumatic experience of saying goodbye to our loved ones via Zoom or FaceTime. Incorporating augmented reality allows those who were robbed of in-person goodbyes an opportunity to reclaim our cell phones as objects of healing and social connection. COVID-19 has failed to enter the national consciousness the way that 9/11 has done, primarily because we don't have any visuals that constitute the trauma and the experience. This memorial aims to create that shared visual and to give names and faces to people who are presently just mere statistics. And the next slide. And this will be my last one. I just really want to communicate to you all that in order to truly move forward in a healthy way, citizens of New Mexico, we must create space to acknowledge those left behind and the enduring pain felt by those who loved them. Please stand with me and the millions of COVID bereaved in support of this memorial. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Mr. President, I think we have a few public comments, and then I'd like to close.
Sure. Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our next speaker is Sarah Duradke, followed by Olivia Ortiz.
Council President, councilors, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Sarah Duradke. I'm a former public school teacher and a parent to 2 small children. My husband is a physician at UNMH, and he saw firsthand the suffering and loss that COVID-19 brought to New Mexico. We need a permanent space that memorializes the lives lost and centers our unique New Mexican cultures, the memorial that Jeanette has beautifully designed in collaboration. As first-time parents already bombarded with information and choices, we were hit with a pandemic, my husband working on the front lines, and suddenly I felt powerless to protect these small people I had brought into the world. I've never felt so vulnerable. It was like there was no right choice. Today, there is a right choice. We owe it to my children and all other children and residents of New Mexico to memorialize the lives lost, never forget this tragedy, and provide a space of reflection for a better future. New Mexico has the third highest rate of COVID orphans in the country. Our state is poised to have the first statewide COVID memorial. Let's make New Mexico a leader in ensuring we reflect and learn from this ongoing pandemic experience. Please vote yes for the COVID memorial in Albuquerque. Thank you.
Olivia Ortiz, followed by Eleanor Bravo.
Mr. President, members of the council, my name is Olivia Ortiz, and I lost my daughter, Lynette Fajardo, on January 10th of this past year to COVID. She was my only child, and she was 45 years old. No matter how old they are, they're still your children. I'm hoping that none of you have lost anyone to COVID, and if you have, you know the devastation that it has caused. This should not have happened to my daughter. This should not have happened to anybody in New Mexico, but unfortunately it did. My daughter left behind, her fiance and two young daughters, ages 11 and 14, that I am now raising. It has been the most devastating event in our lives. By this time, I would be crying when I'm doing my presentation, but I guess since it's been a year, I'm kind of doing a little bit better on this. Her children are trying to understand the loss that they are going through in their lives. This memorial would help give them and the rest of our family some sort of comfort by being able to go to the memorial, knowing that her life was important and knowing that her death and the deaths of all other New Mexicans that died due to COVID will not be forgotten. I, unfortunately, was not able to be with my daughter when she passed away. I was called by a doctor from UNMH, and graciously, she did a Zoom visit with my daughter. You have no idea what it was like to say goodbye to your only child via Zoom visit. I want to ask you all to support this memorial, and I would greatly appreciate any support that you can give any COVID family. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Mr. Cornelius.
Eleanor Bravo, followed by Amy LaGrange on Zoom.
Eleanor, it's good to see you again.
Thank you so much, Mr. President and members of council. I'm Eleanor Bravo. I am a member of Marked by COVID. I lost my only sister to COVID October 6, 2020. We were an immigrant family from the Philippines post-World War II. I'm the only one left. She wasn't sick. She had her knee replaced, so I thought, she won't get it, she won't go anywhere, but she fell. She was back in the hospital, and then she was sent to rehab, and she was infected in rehab by a staff member. There was no vaccines, no one was wearing masks at the time. Why a memorial? We feel that our government failed us, that these deaths were so unnecessary. And so you're our elected officials, and we need your support. And when we go to Santa Fe to fund this project, we need to be able to go to them and say, the city of Albuquerque and Bernalillo County supports this. This is the largest city in our state. And so some people have asked us, why is it going to be in Albuquerque? And why does everything have to be in Albuquerque? Well, we were so lucky to get this trust land, but for us, when people say that to us, and other municipalities and other cities who want a memorial in their city, we will work with them. So the answer is always yes. And we probably will be working in Native communities because their loss was incredible. The holidays have just passed. They were very difficult for all of us. So I just want to thank you all. We have no shared imagery. We don't have twin towers. We need this space. And this memorial will be linked to all the other COVID memorials that we're working on in the state and linked to the one that we're working on in Washington, D.C. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bravo.
Amy LaGrange, followed by Genevieve Laranaga.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, Council President and councilors. My name is Amy LaGrange. I live in District 7. I appreciate this opportunity to participate remotely. I urge the council to support agenda item M22-8 concerning the resolution regarding the COVID-19 memorial. On January 11th, 2022, my dad contracted COVID at a funeral he attended during the height of the Omicron surge. He died 1 month later on February 7th, 2022. I was one who had to say goodbye to him virtually. We've lost nearly 1.1 million Americans to COVID-19 so far and are still losing over 2,500 more each week. According to the New Mexico Department of Health, we've lost 8,831 New Mexicans. Many of these passings were experienced alone. So many suffering and dying in hospitals alone, without friends and family present, alone. Very few New Mexicans remain untouched by these COVID losses. I feel we should not be grieving alone. The word memorial comes from memorare, to recount or call to mind. A memorial helps people remember, offers a place for grief, shows the magnitude of our loss, and fosters unity. It's a place for us to grieve these deaths as an individual, as a family, as a community, as a state. We build this memorial to recount our loved ones lost to COVID-19 and to call to mind those left behind, where I can join others remembering our loved ones like my father, and where we can keep the lessons of their loss alive for our children. Thank you for your time and support. Please vote yes for this resolution. Thank you.
Genevieve Laranaga.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Hello, councilors. My name is Genevieve Laraniaga, and I wish to speak about how important it is to our family and friends having a permanent COVID-19 memorial to visit regularly. My personal story is I lost my husband, who was 54 years old, and my high school sweetheart 10 months ago to COVID. He was vaccinated and he was boosted, and I feel like I have to mention that when I tell his story, because so many people judge or make it seem like it was his fault. My boys and I still relive the last day we got to speak to him and say our love yous and goodbyes right before he was intubated. He told our sons how proud he was of them and what great young men they are. He told his parents and brother how much he loved them, and he told me he was so happy he married me. We were together 36 years. After he was intubated, we were only allowed to talk to him on an iPad video, and we were never allowed to be by his side in the hospital until the day he died. I think what haunts me most is how scared and lonely he must have been without his family by his side to reassure him and hold him. A memorial would help us connect with our other families that understand our pain and what we went through. It would be a special place to see our loved ones' pictures or name and remember them. Our family and friends would love a permanent memorial to remember our beloved Edward Larrañaga and recognize that this is real and this is our reality. Please vote to support a permanent COVID-19 memorial to help my boys and I have a place to try and heal. Thank you.
Mr. President, that concludes comment.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. Let's go briefly to the other sponsor, Councilor Jones, and then back to Councilor Feeblecorn to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's not much that can be added to that. We've all been touched by COVID. Unfortunately, there will be more of us touched until we get this thing under control, but all we can do is pray and be there for our friends and relatives. So, thank you.
And before I do, anything from the administration? I neglected, but.
Mr. President, I would echo the same remarks that Councilor Jones just made on behalf of the mayor and the administration. I mean, this is really an event in our lives that deserves a proper, if you will, opportunity for folks to grieve and to remember their loved ones, and we're in full support of the memorial.
Thank you, Mr. Real. Council Feeblecorn to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank everybody that came out tonight to share their stories, and I also want to thank the hundreds of people who emailed me and called me over the last several months and shared their stories with me. I was deeply touched, and I cannot imagine what folks have gone through. I can't imagine losing a loved one and not being able to be with them and not being able to grieve and have any closure. I also can't imagine what our healthcare workers went through during COVID and continue to go through. So for those reasons and many, many more, I'm really honored to sponsor this with Councilor Jones, and I urge the City Council to stand up with these folks and support this memorial so that they will have a place to go to handle their grief, to be with their loved ones, and remember all the good times. Thank you.
Thank you, councilors. Seeing no other discussion, motion on the floor for M8 is motion for a due pass. All those in favor say yes. Raise your hand. That matter carries unanimously. Congratulations. We'll see you soon in Santa Fe, I'm sure. Councilors, our last item, I think, did we skip anything else, right? We're good? Okay. Last item of other business this evening is the veto override of O2233 relating to amending section 1416 of the IDO, removing references to the safe outdoor spaces. As a reminder, if any councilor wishes to attempt an override of the mayor's veto, they will make a motion. They may make a motion for override. If there is no motion or if no second is received, the mayor's veto will stand. Also, if that motion is made, a second is received, but 6 votes are not obtained in favor of the override, the mayor's veto also stands. Councilors, is there a motion to override the mayor's veto for O2233?
Mr. President, I would like to make a motion to override the mayor's veto of O2233.
Councilor Brisson makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a bunch of them. We'll take Councilor Sanchez because I saw him first. So, councilors, we're on the matter. First, Mr. Cornelius, is there anyone left signed up to speak on this item?
Yes, Mr. President. First, we have Loretta Naranjo Lopez, followed by Carl Holm on Zoom.
Mr. Naranjo Lopez, you stuck it out with us. Thank you. Again, it's not your first time this late, so thank you.
So, President and councilors, my name is Loretta Naranjo Lopez, the president of Santa Barbara Martineztown Neighborhood Association, and I will continue to just finish the arguments made by those opposed to safe outdoor spaces. The safe outdoor spaces provisions are not in conformity and contradict the numerous provisions of the Integrated Development Ordinance, including relating to higher and best use of property and the intent and goal of the IDO to have reasonable, responsible redevelopment provision that do not hinder development. The Keller administration has adopted a housing first policy when it comes to dealing with the homeless crisis. Safe outdoor space encampments violates the city housing first policy by not providing a form of permanent housing. Safe outdoor spaces violates the city's housing first policy, jeopardizing millions of dollars in federal funding by offering temporary housing and tent encampments to the homeless. In the 2021 fiscal year, the city spent 40 million, and in 2022, the fiscal year will be spending 60 million to assist in homeless, and much of the federal funding will be placed in jeopardy because of the safe outdoor spaces. Safe outdoor spaces are nuisances and are in violation of city ordinances dealing with nuisance abatement on real property, especially property owned by the city. The city of Albuquerque needs to stop the racist discrimination against Martineztown, Santa Barbara. The city council and the mayor need to stop the concentration of homeless services and programs and safe outdoor spaces in Martineztown, Santa Barbara neighborhood and the surrounding area. I appreciate this opportunity to speak, and I ask that you override the mayor's veto.
Mr. President? I just wanted to talk to Ms. Loretta Naranjo and just tell her thank you for being here every single meeting, going over this every single time, and standing by the counselors that actually oppose the SOS. So I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Well, I just want to let you know that I really appreciate all of you that support in taking the safe outdoor spaces out of the IDO and really standing with the will of the people, because that's what matters. Thank you.
Councilor, Mr. Cornelius.
Lastly, Carl Holm on Zoom.
Good evening, Council President and fellow councilors. First of all, I just want to say you guys are doing yeoman's work. It's a challenge. It's 10 o'clock, over 10 o'clock, and it's been a long night, so I'll make this very short. I'm speaking on behalf of GALA, the Hotel Association, specifically in support of the hotels located on Manal Boulevard. Ms. Martinez talked about it a few minutes ago. We feel allowing City of Albuquerque to move forward will be a revenue and business and jobs killer for all those located on Manal Boulevard, not to mention the neighborhoods and the other businesses. There are over 1,000 hotel rooms representing close to 500 hotel jobs. It's a substantial economic generator, not to mention the other businesses like T-Mobile and Manal School in the neighborhood, as we just mentioned a minute ago. It's a challenge. We would like, and we ask that you override the mayor's veto on this, which this measure was passed in December 5th of 2022 by a 5-4 vote. We encourage you to exercise your constitutional right, and we thank you for your attention. Please do not allow the SOS language to stay in the IDO. Thank you and have a good evening.
Mr. President, that concludes comment.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. Before we move any further, I'm going to put Mr. Melendrez on the spot, only because sometimes these votes can get a little confusing and it's late, so I want to be sure we get this right. In this case, Mr. Melendrez, would you help us explain and remind councilors and those watching at home what a yes and no vote does? It's a little more confusing here because the original legislation is to repeal a thing that's already done, and then then we pass it and there's a veto of that, and this would override that veto, and so there's about 4 flip-flops in there. So let's be sure we understand what our yeses and nos do today.
Thank you, Mr. President. O-2233 was passed by the City Council by a vote of 5-4 on December 5th. O-2233 proposed to remove safe outdoor spaces as an option from the Integrated Development Ordinance. That bill, like every other bill, was presented to the mayor for signature or veto. The mayor chose to veto that bill, which presents itself back to you today at this meeting. If the motion to override the veto is successful by a vote of 6, then O-2233 will go into effect and safe outdoor spaces would be removed from the IDO. However, if the vote on the override of the veto fails to receive at least 6 votes, then O-2233 will fail and safe outdoor spaces will remain as they exist in the IDO today.
Thank you, Mr. Melendrez. So a yes vote would maintain safe outdoor spaces in the IDO, and a no vote would remove the safe outdoor spaces from them. Other way around, I'm sorry.
Mr. President, exactly what you said, except
Other way
opposite.
around. See, that's why I asked, right? Councilors, let's go to councilors for questions, discussion, or comment. We've done this veto a few times, so. Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I just want to add to all of the other discussions we've always had about this that Earlier tonight, we were talking about an EC coming down regarding heading home and the Gateway Center and emergency beds and winter shelters. And I just want to say that we keep hearing about tools and toolboxes and taking all of these routes. And I think it is very worth it to point out that we have more than one safe outdoor space approved in Albuquerque now. So we have a couple of those tools in operation. This is the perfect time to allow us to find that middle ground, saying that a couple have been approved, so we're going to utilize and try that out. And then we're also going to make sure that we listen to the majority of people who have reached out begging us not to proceed with this. So relevant to my safe outdoor space / gateway thing, there's another 50 beds that we're going to approve in there. So I'm going to call that an indoor safe outdoor space of sorts. And I think that should be counted as another tool. As mentioned earlier, this is our chance to find that middle ground. So for everybody that was really looking for saying, let's try it, and then saying, like, I don't want to just get rid of it all, we're trying it. We're trying it now. But let's go ahead and override the veto so that we can't have more happen before it gets past a train wreck where things might not work out, in addition to the fact that we want to listen to the people who elected us. So I urge your support.
Thank you. Councilor, seeing no other discussion. I'm sorry. Councilor Grau.
Thank you, Mr. President. I concur with Councilor Bassan. We have a couple. We need to see how they work. I remember when this discussion started a year ago, and Councilor Jones told me, she said, we just need one. We just need one. It's just, I'm not talking about a bunch. We just need one. Well, we have more than one. That's all we need right now. Other communities in this country who have done this aren't liking them so much. So they're backtracking too. We don't need to also be behind that. So I think that we should change it. If we find that these are working great in Albuquerque, then we can revisit it again and add some more in. But we've got a couple. Let's go with those. I can count on two hands how many emails I've gotten that said, yay, I'm excited about safe outdoor spaces. I've got thousands of emails that say I don't like them. And it's not just from my community. It's from all over the city. And all of us counselors got those emails. So the majority of the people in Albuquerque are not for these. We need to be listening to these folks. We've got a couple now. Let's see how they work. And if it works great, we can bring them back, whatever. But I think we need to be listening to the people in Albuquerque now. So it's time to this is an opportunity to change. Thank you.
Councilor, seeing no other discussion, we'll move to the vote. I'm sorry.
Can I close, please, Mr. President?
Yeah, there's not, I guess it's your motion, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I think that, you know, I'm not looking forward to an option of potentially bringing these back someday if we decide that they don't work. But I think that we have to listen to Albuquerque. And while we're trying to find balance to protect those that are unhoused, while we're trying to find that place for them to live, who's protecting all of the other people that are asking us to listen to them as well? So let's get Gateway going. Let's get security, let's get lighting, let's get Gateway going. And let's get that happening. Let's get that working for those beds. Let's make it work so that we can figure out how to not have more safe outdoor spaces that a lot of people are against, while also finding housing for people, while also finding a way to protect the people whose voices are not being listened to right now. Now I urge your support.
Thank you. Now no other discussion being heard. Councilors, the motion on the floor is to move to the override the mayor's veto. A yes vote would remove all references to safe outdoor spaces. All those in favor of yes, raise your hand and let's double check till I can count. All those in favor of the veto override, say yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed, say no and raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. The vote being 5-4, the motion to override fails, and there being no other business, this city council meeting is adjourned. Mr. Real.
Mr. President, I just wanted to thank Councilor Benton for his leadership as the council president over the last year. On behalf of the administration, we appreciate your patience with us and your working with us, and we thank you for your service.